Check one. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We will begin in about 5 minutes, right before 9 a.m. If you could please find your seats. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We will begin right before 9 a.m. If you could please find your seats. Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's Have you noticed? Have you noticed? Notices pinned on doors like markings of extraction, uprooting families, vacating stability, expediting losses, solidifying effects of inflated prices, causing inflation of conflict since people are now losing more sense than sense. We're steadily closing encampments. They're yearning for a home. Yet framed convictions are preventing people from living out their own independence. In line, pending for the market to hit just the right trend, but where is the target when past decisions are worn as visible as a scarlet? People are more than the letters plastered to their name, even though you've outlined your mental version of them anyway. Have you experienced waking to the loud noise of silence in your mind, and because of that, being written off time after time, pinned for crime after crime, never-ending cycle of being recycled through the system, now society attempting to criminalize over their own failed systems? How could you build them instead of building them, housing? Have you given a thought what it feels to be known as a number and not the top 10, when the shadows of fear crawl across your tent, when staying alive becomes your only intent, but the law blames you for your own unstable condition? How relentless are you listening? Can you still hear them when they weep in the nighttime? Can you still see them when they're lost in the streets of the hidden city? What will it take to tap into your humanity? A paycheck away could happen to your own family. So volunteer your time. Go vote. Offer a prayer or a dime. Get involved however you can, because housing is the answer. Homelessness is not a crime. So good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Young, and I am the manager of landlord engagement with Coalition for the Homeless, Houston-Harris County, and I will also be your MC for today. So I would like to officially welcome you to the State of Homelessness 2023. So, in order to get us started, I have the pleasure of introducing Chris Hanslick. Chris Hanslick is a chairman for Boyer Miller, which is a law firm that provides legal resources to business owners and entrepreneurs in the areas of corporate, mergers and acquisitions, real estate, litigation, and employment. He is a host for the podcast called Building Texas Business. He served on the board for Search Homeless Services as chairman from 2018 to 2021. Today, he is the vice chairman on our board for Coalition for the Homeless. So I would love to introduce you to Chris Hanslick.
I feel like the welcome was already done by Ashley, so I don't. Catherine, Sarah, we have a conversation making me follow that. But what energy and passion. This lady is amazing in what she does, as is all of our staff. So, as she said, good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Hanslick. I'm the vice chairman of the board for the Coalition for the Homeless, and despite what your program says, I am not Troy Taylor. So we're just making sure you're on your toes. To those of you here in person and those streaming online, on behalf of the fellow board members of the Coalition, we welcome you to this event, the celebration of the way home. as well as all of our partners that participate in the Way Home, I want to welcome you to the State of Homelessness 2023. We're thrilled to have you here today. As I said, we're going to celebrate a decade of the Way Home, which is kind of hard to believe. Time really flies. Today, you'll learn about some of the exciting and innovative things that are underway to help us continue the progress that we've made here in Houston, because as you all are aware, or if you're not and you're new to this, Houston is not only a national but international leader in addressing homelessness in our community. And that's because of the hard work of the people that work in those institutions that comprise the Way Home, the Coalition, Search, so many others that are here today and being represented and hopefully watching online. Some of that recognition is in part because of the media attention we've gotten, and that, as many of you know from the New York Times, Michael Kimmelman will be here as our keynote speaker over lunch today. We look forward to capping off the day with an excerpt from Another City. That's an original opera that was created about homelessness by Houston's Grand Opera. And last month it had its world premiere. So you'll get the benefit of that as we wrap up today. Also, I want to thank our sponsors, because without them, an event like this is not possible. And so we want to thank our gold sponsors, Court and Professional Janitorial Services, as well as our bronze sponsor, Houston Methodist. We also want to thank your part-time controller and Copy.com for their support. Fundamentally, the work that is done on the front lines is where our homeless response system sets us apart from every other city in the country. The people that are meeting the homeless where they are on the street and doing what they can to humanize the issue and create and restore dignity to those people by finding and helping them find a home. And then the supportive services that they need. That is the model that Houston has put in place and has demonstrated through fact-based research is the way to end homelessness. I've had the benefit of serving on the board for Search Homeless Services, as well as the Coalition now, and I've gotten to see firsthand how these people make a difference. And I tell you, people come to me and try to give me credit, and I don't do anything. I'm there to provide support and guidance for these organizations, but it's the people on the street that serve our homeless population that are really making the difference, and those are the ones that should be celebrated. Those are the ones that need our continued support so they can do the work that they've been called to do. In closing, I've definitely found that being a part of the work that we do to be meaningful, and I hope you will feel the same. And after you learn more today, I hope you will find a way to give your time, your resources, and your efforts to this program to hopefully end homelessness in Houston. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris, and thank you so much for your guidance and your leadership. We could not do this without you. We appreciate you. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Tao Costas, who is the Interim Executive Director for Harris County Community Services Department. Many of us know Tao for her many years of leading Search Homeless Services, who is a key agency in our homeless response system that works to move people experiencing homelessness into jobs and stable housing. So from early in her career, Tao has always focused on ways to create a better and thriving community for all. So we are so glad that she is able to join us today in order to reflect on the past decade with the Way Home. So please help me in welcoming Tao Costas.
Thank you so much. Yes, so the title of this conversation is about a reflection of a decade, but I think they bring me in because I actually have 3 decades of perspective. I promise I won't keep you beyond the 15 minutes. But I think what it is about context. And as our community is doing so much and learning from each other, and other communities are coming to us also, it is good to try to understand what lessons we've learned and how we continue to evolve from here. So my first job actually was at the Coalition for the Homeless back in 1992, when there were only 5 of us. I think today you have 70. It's amazing how far we've come. We had the receptionist, the accountant, the executive director, the data person. Now, back then, there was no internet. There was a computer, but it was still that green, those little green slashes. So the database was about really trying to create this directory, this 1-inch directory, color-coded. Yellow pages were the shelters. Pink were the assistance ministries. We even included board and care homes. They're not really part of our system today, but back then we didn't have anybody else. So we relied on whatever resources we could get. And my job, the 5th one, was newly created. It was their very first attempt at trying to coordinate. And we were bringing together first the public entities, city and county health departments, the VA, Metro for transportation, HISD for education, and there were 12 of us. But I quickly learned that there are so many incredible organizations and people, grassroots organizations here in Houston, that arise when there's needs. When people see suffering, Houstonians step up. And so we started including them, and we met at the church on Main every month, first Wednesdays of every month, from 8:30 to 10, to talk through what are we doing, and separate into our little categories. And so we were still, though, just focused on survival needs. People were still scrambling. Our agencies were working on, let's see, if somebody can advance for me, I can't. So this was actually a line in 1989, Search, our very first resource center. So I'm going to refer to Search because that's what I know and that's the data that I can speak to, but it's a reflection of many organizations that were part of this. So our agencies were trying a lot of different things, but it was still cumbersome, frenetic, well-meaning efforts. 100 of us, different organizations then as it is now, but of course we're much more sophisticated now. But we each were reporting high numbers of people we were serving, we were providing meals to, and people were just coming in and out of our facilities. And unfortunately, they were just part of a revolving door. People continued to struggle with finding a real place to live. They had to maneuver and cobble together the bits and pieces of each of our individual agencies' resources. And even those of us who tried to help by creating more and more services, education, employment, childcare, healthcare, you name it, we tried to do it. But we didn't succeed to the extent that we wanted or needed to. And again, I'm speaking from Search's experience. We would tout 10,000 meals that we were serving each year, hundreds of people that were helping with employment services, but only about 40 to maybe 70 people that we actually were able to put into homes. And that's because we had the grant, or we had the building with the single room occupancy units to put them into. We didn't really work with each other to the extent that we needed to. So even into the mid-2000s, Search was spending $9 million, but we only had $8 million really to spend. So do the math, but that's another story for another day. But it was a reflection of our heart getting in the way of the practicalities of helping. We were reducing the suffering of people that day, but these people, again, kept coming back again and again and again with no clear answer to their homelessness. So for 20 years, I've been part of this community's efforts and part of an agency that was investing tens of millions of dollars over these years, 160,000 man-hours each year, and not finding solution. Until 2011, that was a pivotal year, a year of learning, opening up our minds, and challenging us to set aside our individualistic approaches to come together for collective impact. What is that? We were skeptical. Can we really end homelessness? Can we really help that man that's been out on the street for so long with such suffering, mental illness? Our Mental Health Retardation Authority, that was their name at the time, now it's Harris Center for Mental Health and IDD. MHMRA, we always felt like they were full. They couldn't take on anybody. There's not enough money. There's not enough treatment. There's not enough fill in the blank. So the list went on. But bottom line was there wasn't enough trust. Trust in each other and trust in the idea that we can actually make a difference. So with the political will that was initiated and really cemented with Anise Parker during her second term, the technical assistance that was provided by HUD, and the willingness of our agencies to really, we were tired. We wanted some different answers. We started taking action. So this picture actually is one of our board members participating in the first initiative that we tested this with a 100,000 Homes campaign. This was a national effort to really understand and know who are these people who are out on the street, who are suffering, know them by name, and really understand their needs, creating and using a vulnerability index, trying to create one to begin with. All right, now I'm losing my place. And so this was our test to try to really determine how can we create a different system and break through the red tape. From here, we did the 100 in 100 days, trying to house 100 chronically homeless veterans in 100 days. Our data showed that it was taking a veteran 220 days to get from the street into a home. 2/3 of a year. That's ridiculous. So we succeeded with this 100 in 100, and we kept going with it. And so here we are coming together, really putting down our guard, developing this coordinated access system, embracing housing first, and finding that we can put humanity and practicality together to get real results. And today, we're able to, so this was actually one of the first graphs, and it just was so simple and yet so clear. Of course, we're competitive against our sister cities. But we could see that we were moving at lightning speed to place people in homes and doing it consistently year over year over year. So today, let's see, we've been facing other challenges along the way. Hurricane Harvey, COVID, Winter Storm Uri. But with every test of our system, we keep showing up and keep doing better. And we get new opportunities because with every disaster, we're getting extraordinary support and resources from our government. And with that, the county and the city, we are both working on building more and more apartment complexes, affordable units, building single-family homes. The county has been a major partner now along with the city in addressing and really embracing this issue and making our entire community a more thriving place. The way home is the answer. We are working together. We are now able to even expand into our cross-system partners I know Bob Uri, even though he retired from Central.
Garcia was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in November 2018, becoming the first Latina ever to represent the Texas 29th Congressional District. In March of 2023, she helped to reestablish the Congressional Caucus on Homelessness and serves as its co-chair. Throughout her career, she has worked on protecting our community's most vulnerable and ensured that no one was forgotten. So we are glad to have a special message from her for us today.
Hello, everyone. This is Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, and I represent Houston's Texas 29. It includes Houston's North Side, Houston's East End, Pasadena, Aldine, Jacinto City, Galena Park, and South Houston. As co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on Homelessness, I'm dedicated to working hard for our nation's unhoused population. It has always been one of my top priorities to ensure equitable opportunity for all Americans, regardless of background, financial condition, ability, housing, or immigration status. As a member of the House Financial Services Committee's Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance, I will dedicate my efforts to finding legislative solutions, advocating for critical funding, and keeping our nation's most vulnerable people housed. Recently, I led an appropriations request letter, along with my fellow co-chairs of my caucus, requesting over $10 billion for 23 different homelessness-related programs. 103 members of Congress signed the letter. Last Congress, I introduced the Studying Barriers to Housing Act. This bill asks the Government Accountability Office to study ways to reduce homelessness using public housing and Section 8 assistance. The study will identify the challenges public housing agencies face in helping homeless individuals and families, including legal and funding barriers. I will always fight for homeless individuals to eradicate this failure in our system, as we believe that housing is a human right.
So thank you, and it was great to hear that special message from Congresswoman Garcia. So now our next three speakers help to deliver low barrier employment opportunities through the Employ to Empower program, which is making massive changes within the community. So Sergeant Theodore Perez is a 32-year veteran of the Harris County Sheriff's Office. He currently oversees the daily operations of the Employ to Empower program. As Sergeant Perez reflects on his career, he feels that this assignment is the most rewarding and the most impactful. Mercedes Sanchez is the Senior Director of Policy and Community Outreach for Commissioner Adrian Garcia. She combines policy and empathy to craft solutions to local government challenges. She leads Precincts 2 policy and community relations teams. Kelly Young is the CEO of Career and Recovery Resources, Inc., where they work to break barriers for people who are experiencing substance abuse, underemployment, and housing instability. Her career has centered on building programs and leading organizations that serve vulnerable populations experiencing difficult social and health concerns. Please join me in welcoming Sergeant Perez, Mercedes Sanchez, and Kelly Young.
I just realized that we are sitting up on the stage. All right. You also realize that there are the three of us, when we decided that we were going to do this, we were like, it'll be a conversation. We'll just talk to each other. Oh, I have to talk into this? Oh. Okay. So we really did want to just kind of present it more from our own perspective, and I'm going to let the lovely Mercedes start, and then we have a video.
Yes. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. We're really excited to talk more about Employer Empower, which is a program that we've been working so hard to get off the ground, and we're excited to see how far it's come. But before we get started with the presentation, we wanted to show you a video that we think really captures the essence of the program. And you'll get to hear from Commissioner Adrian Garcia, from Kelly, who's here with us today, the Harris County Sheriff's Office, but most importantly, you'll get to hear firsthand from the program participants. So it'll be very insightful. Just something to keep in mind, this video was recorded when the program was still a pilot program, so some of the data is a little bit outdated, but later on towards the presentation, Kelly will be bringing us up to speed with the latest numbers. So can you please play the video?
I got a crew out there that I love them. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are hard-headed, but we do pressure washing, we do painting, we trim trees and clean fences for Precinct 2. It's great to turn your own key and don't have to worry about nobody saying you got to get out. There's a lot of people out there now, you know what I'm saying? They've been out in the street for 10, 11 years, and they're accustomed to that. I even knew a guy that, you know, turned down housing, got housing, and slept in a sleeping bag outside the door, not in the house. A friend told me about this program. They'll send you to work, and they'll pay you, and they'll help you get housing. So that's how I found about career and recovery.
Career and Recovery Resources provides employment opportunity, housing, and substance use for those coming out of the criminal justice system who've experienced homelessness with specialized programming for veterans and youth. I felt incredibly lucky that Commissioner Garcia had this in his mind. People who know him know that he's very visionary, very innovative, likes to think outside of the box.
And we will move heaven and earth to make sure that you get the dignity and the respect that you were born to have. Too often, we see people who are struggling through life. We see them in the freeway underpasses. The answer to homelessness, historically by government, has been law enforcement. Go and arrest them. And that is not the humane way to do it. Today, government, through Employ to Empower, is really working the way we ought to make it work. Giving people dignity and respect, demonstrating their value. People who were previously non-productive, homeless, are now giving back to their community in a productive, humane, and respectful way.
Employer to Empower started June 1st. We provide them with breakfast. From there, they go to the locations that are meant for abatement, graffiti removal, cleaning debris off the roads. And they typically hit about 3 or 4 locations in Precinct 2, Monday through Wednesday. And on Thursdays, they come here and they're connected with different resources. In-house, we have ID Connect, digital literacy training, life skills trainings. We have sober coaches here.
On Thursdays, we'll take them to resources. They'll get, some of them will get showers at a church off of Park Place on 45, Crossroads. The program was a pilot program for first 6 months. They start off from nothing. They start off from practically living in the streets to a small part-time job, getting meals provided, some clothing, and then they can start the process of resources, getting housing, getting food assistance, actually also just signing up to see a doctor. What makes this program successful is a coalition probably between the Career and Recovery, Precinct 2, and the Sheriff's Department. So you have private nonprofit organizations and law enforcement trying to remedy the homeless problem together.
Every single one of these gentlemen would have walked through the doors of Career and Recovery Resources over the last 2 years and asked for a job, begged for a job, and we would not have been able to give them one because of the barriers they have. Honestly, it was a godsend because we've been wanting to do this. We wanted to create our own workforce that we could manage some of the risks why other people would not hire people. So our role is really to act as the employer. So we are the ones that contract with the workers. We're the ones who manage the HR, the payroll. We do all this worksite supervision. So the county gives us the job. It's like they contracted with us. We go out, we provide the workers, we make sure that they get the job done, we make sure they get paid.
This has been the most rewarding of every project I've done thus far with Career and Recovery. Because they show up every day.
I heard about you, man.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you, man. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you for everything. If it wasn't for you, man, I wouldn't be here. I'm Leroy Eric Allen. Is a living proof that your program worked. Thank you very much for helping me. Since I started this program, I've instituted a program of non-procrastination in my life. Okay, first of all, I required my ID. I got my stamps. I got housing. I got my apartment. I'm able to lock a door now. And that's so wonderful to be able to go inside instead of outside. This program is different for one reason. The main reason is because it's a non-judgmental program. They take you as you are, okay? You ain't got no ID, okay? Come on in. You don't have a social security card, come on in. Just come. Come get your money. Come, we're gonna help you get to where you need. We're not gonna give it to you. We're gonna put you into a position to help yourself and go get it. The community helped me stand up again. It didn't give me a handout. It didn't give me food. It gave me a job, and that's all I needed was a chance.
Power! Progress! Progress! This is some of the best money that we could spend in government. It's providing a output, it's providing a productive circumstance for our community, and I believe that Employ to Empower will bring positive outcomes across Harris County.
Well, I think expanding this program and looking at an expansion of this program is only going to benefit everybody who's at the table, right? So this was a project that ended up being a win-win-win-win. And that very rarely happens in community work, but when you have government, smart government, good government, when you have nonprofits, when you have community members and get engaged and for-profit eventually, that's what we would hope for, what you end up doing is resolving an issue because everybody's at the table and everybody walks away with something.
Instead of giving me a handout, they gave me a hand up. So I took it. I took it and I ran with it. And I'm not finished running yet.
At the beginning of next year, I want to be helping this program a whole lot more. I'm going to pass the baton on. Come on, man, the baton has been passed. It's your time to do what I did, you know what I'm saying? Don't be, come on, let's go, work it out, you know? Give it to the next guy that needs it.
Thank you. As you heard from the video, Employ to Empower takes participants as they are. It is a low-barrier, holistic, flexible, supportive program. The idea was simple: to recruit a crew, have them work 3 days, 1 day have them connect to services. They get compensated hourly for every day that they show up, and they do not get penalized if they don't show up to work 1 day. Next slide, please. Deputy Medina captured this on the video, what we believe has been the success to the program, and it is the partnerships. The champion, this is the person that drives the program, that has the influence, the determination, and the capital to make it a reality. And this was Commissioner Garcia's vision, and he really has championed this program, not just within Precinct 2, but to now that we have it, have had the expansion countywide. The nonprofit, it's such a key component because they really understand the participants. They understand their needs, and they're able to help them succeed, not just in the program, but long term. They continue to keep helping them even after they've succeeded out of the program. And lastly, law enforcement. Law enforcement has been such a good component of the program because they really keep everyone safe, the participants, but also the community. They're role models, mentors, and many times this is the first time that the participants have had a positive interaction with law enforcement. So it's been great for the relationship. They also do the on-the-job training with the participants and guide them along the way. Next slide, please. So just to do a little bit deeper dive into the champion, Commissioner Garcia saw an opportunity. And more than an opportunity, it was a gap in services. Back in 2019, 2020, when he asked me, and he's done a version of Employed Empower in the different capacities that he's served in city council and as a sheriff's office. When he asked me to put together a program like this, I started doing some research. And I spoke with local experts here in Houston, and I reached out to organizations that across the country that were doing a version of the program. And what I found out quickly is that there's a lot of programs that provide training but not necessarily pay them for the training, or they provide the connecting to the supportive services but not necessarily the employment. And just from talking to different experts, it was obvious that we needed a program that offered everything, that was holistic, that provided almost like a work-first model. It's what it is, right? We take them as they are. We remove the barriers a little bit at a time. So that's kind of how we designed the program. And it was really important for Commissioner Garcia that it addressed our local needs. So that's how we decide the work sites. So the work that we give them is not just busy work. It's work that needs to be done within Precinct 2. So whether we do it with the Employed Empower participants or we have to hire out contracts, the work has to get done. So like Kelly said in the video, it's a win-win-win. It's a win for the participants because they're getting meaningful work. It is a win for the community because our community, our parks are being beautified, are being upkept. And it is a win for the precinct because we are getting a better rate for very high quality work that they're doing. So it is definitely a win-win for everyone. Now to the next slide, please.
So first of all, you have to give a round of applause to Mercedes because this was her brainchild. She really came to us with it. But the piece that we had is that we're interesting. We'll subsidize youth. We'll subsidize elderly individuals, but we won't subsidize individuals that we all say we want to work. So we decided that our workforce model would be that. I mean, why are we pretending that we want to help people, but we don't want to help them the way they actually need to be helped? So the nonprofit, our role really was to be the HR function, take all of the risk out of the staffing agency and away from the government, away from everybody else, and basically just run a staffing agency of individuals who wanted to work every day. We do the schedules, we do the worksite supervision, we do payroll, we do everything that needs to be done. If an issue comes up on a work site, we're the ones who take care of it. We let for the Sheriff's Department and for the counties to get the work done and not have to worry about the workforce. The other part is that we then connect individuals weekly back to resources. So most of the individuals that we have met have been assessed. And I just want to make this point because I think it's important for the coalition and their messaging, which is without enough housing and the right kind of housing for people who need to be housed, there will be homelessness. That's just how it goes. So this is a piece of the puzzle. It's not the answer to the puzzle. And so one of the things we're doing is finding out, okay, you've already been assessed. Let's get you back and connected. We have case managers who oversee those pieces. You're outside of the health department and you need diabetes medicine. You need to get back into those kind of services. We can connect you for that. But you're also going to get paid every day and you go home with some money in your pocket and you can go take yourself out and do whatever you want, just like the rest of us do on a regular basis without anybody telling us what to do with that money. And then lastly is really the job skill development. So I will tell you that a lot of the individuals we have worked with, they've had CDL backgrounds. They have all the things that we send everybody off to workforce classes to take, and they're going to do life skills again, but they've already taken life skills 160 times. That's not the problem. The problem is somebody won't hire them. So we hire them, and we get them work, and they go out and work. They show up every morning. Some individuals who are still on the streets, some who are in a housing program now, show up at 7 a.m. and work for 4 hours. They get a basic jack-in-the-box breakfast from us. Sorry, we just can't afford more than that. And they go out and they work, and then they leave, and they go home to their tent, to their street, to wherever they are, and they get up the next morning, and they do it all over again. So if you ever think that somebody doesn't want to work, who doesn't have the dignity to show up every day and do a job, and they're just waiting for a place to live, you're wrong. We have proven it over and over and over again. So on the worksite part, sometimes we're just putting people back into a worksite program or something that would work well for them. But a lot of times we're helping those individuals maintain an income so that they can maintain the dignity, to maintain a household, to maintain whatever they need to do to live the best life they can. And that's what we will do and continue to do until somebody rips the money out of my hands. So, and they probably will. That's the sad part. So I think this is such a unique program because of the government influence, but really and honestly, my favorite part of this whole program is the sergeants. Sergeant Perez actually lives with us now at Career and Recovery Resources. I think they kicked him out of his office, but this is the unique component that I think is really, really important to talk about, is changing the perspective of criminal justice and criminality around homelessness and the individuals that we serve. So, dear, sweet, lovely Sergeant Perez.
All right, thank you for having me. And I can't start without giving credit once again to the Commissioner Garcia and Sheriff Ed Gonzalez for supporting this program. And I would imagine I wouldn't get any criticism here for the program, but believe it or not, there is criticism. Why a police officer involved in a program such as this? Well, for a law enforcement officer, they come with a lot of skill set already from the training, and we took individuals from our patrol function. They come with critical thinking. They come with life-saving skills. They come with just a variety. We selected a group of deputies that we ensured that they were compassionate and empathetic to the program, willing to immerse themselves in this program in addressing homelessness. Without this component, I don't believe it would be completely successful. On a daily basis, we're out furthering Harris County infrastructure, whether it's parks, whether it's building maintenance. You've seen the type of jobs, type of work these individuals are doing. And we're interacting with the community at the same time. They look and they see and they wonder, and they will ask, what is this going on? What are we doing? And the deputy, in a sense, validates the program. I think we all know that when you interject a policeman in any situation, something occurs. We get a reaction out of people, good or bad, and we're validating this program out to the community, vouching for it. And many occasions, from the get-go, from day one, we've expanded. A lot of what you've seen was the pilot program in Precinct 2, but we're now operating in Precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4, and there's been some growing pains. Transportation, Harris County is huge, and we're getting these participants, and we're recruiting from not just downtown Houston, not just the areas that you see, but there's homelessness in every area, in Katy, Cypress, Humble, Tomball, and we're reaching those communities as best we can, recruiting from those areas, and furthering Harris County in those areas. And the participant, I'd like to touch on the participant. Not all participants are alike. Not all participants are able-bodied, so that when we're out recruiting for this program, if somebody is asking for help, needs help, but probably cannot, then I can't think of a better partner than Career and Recovery, because we don't have to turn them away. We can get them referred to another program, get them stable, mental, medications, whatnot, and they can turn around and become part of the program eventually and get paid. And as I mentioned, we've had success stories from the very beginning. And so once we expanded into Precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4, we were in Precinct 1, Deucin Park, and it was our day one, and the Assistant Superintendent, Sidney Penny, was there to greet the group, and with skepticism. Everybody starts this with skepticism. And So introduced everybody. We started showing up daily, and we had a gentleman that, in his eyes, didn't think he would be one to be homeless, but nevertheless, was homeless. As they mentioned throughout this program, COVID, for this particular individual, is COVID, loss of a loved one, just thrusted him into homelessness, and he made his way downtown into what was popularly known as Tent City. Started living in a tent, and he heard that he can get services from an organization called The Beacon, which is my part-time job. I do homelessness at work, and it's my second job as well. So I'm immersed as well in helping homelessness. But this individual was getting help at The Beacon, and we recruited him, part of our first group of individuals. And you have low barriers, so we welcome felons, everybody, with few exceptions. But this individual began working, and Sidney Penny took interest in him, the superintendent, and gave him an opportunity to apply with Harris County, and he did. And April 10th, he became a full-time Harris County employee as a parks caretaker, and he's here with us today, and I'd like to introduce Daniel Booth. Thank you, Daniel, for being here. But this was a success story right out of the chute, and we have them now occurring regularly. There's been individuals that became homeless because of COVID, and all they were left with is their car. Living in their car, all they needed is some money to become mobile, and within 2 or 3 weeks, they were able to find a job or get to the town they really needed to be in, closer to relatives. So, and their career and recovery also will give the participants opportunities to become employed through CRR. And overall, this program just allows them to restore their dignity. And I'd like to give credit to my deputies. I have 4 deputies, and my counterpart, Belinda Flores, who is my counterpart with the CRR side. She's the program coordinator, and it takes communication every single morning with every precinct, and the deputies communicating with what the project's going to be, what the tools are needed for the day, and whatnot. Breakfast every morning. So I think this program tries to emulate as best possible how we function and operate on a daily basis. A meal before we go work, and the deputy component has been very important. Finding a compassionate group of deputies willing to immerse themselves in this type of work. So thank you to Sheriff Gonzalez and Commissioner Garcia for supporting this program, because there is criticism out there. So thank you all for inviting us. Kelly, do you have anything else?
Next slide, please.
Why, yes, I do. A couple of things. I'm not sure people understand the incredibly unique relationship that this is. We sort of take it for granted, and mainly because when you look at that video, first of all, what was with my hair? Second of all, if I never have to wear a mask again, it's kind of funny. You forget that was our life every day. We started this during COVID. It was an issue that we looked at. And one of the things I just think is the uniqueness of it, but I also think it shows the humanity that most people are interested in if you can give them a concrete solution, a way to do this, and show up and say, okay, it's not linear. This is a puzzle. There are pieces that have to fit in, and then the landscape changes on you, and all of a sudden you're not doing seaside anymore, you're doing meadow, and you're like, wait, those aren't the 4 pieces I thought I had to do. So the work here is grindstone work. You're sitting and you're at the table all the time, arguing sometimes, nicely with each other. Sometimes but at the heart of it is, who are we trying to serve and what are we serving them for? And one of the things I think was really unique was for it to go across county, and that went through all of the commissioners. And Tom Ramsey in Precinct 3 was on board right away, which was really, really important. So I think that just recognizing these two individuals, but also just the entities that they represent, is huge. Here's my my new fandangle way of giving out reports. Sorry. We've had over 160 participants through the entire project. 124 were assessed, 37 were placed in permanent supportive housing, 23 were placed in rapid rehousing, 12 went through jail diversion, 19 went into recovery, and 33 received direct mental health services. And those aren't all of our KPIs. I will say tracking it is a little bit complicated, and I want to be cautious about the very typical linear pattern of logic modeling out people's lives. I love a logic model. I think they're really important. But the truth of the matter is that the transient nature of being homeless means that you are constantly in survival mode. And so having these lofty goals that we sat around in a really comfortable office and went home and had dinner every night and said, this is what should happen for these individuals, just kind of misses the mark sometimes. So I want to be really thoughtful to that experience. Every single person in this program deserved the job that they had. They worked hard at the job they did. They didn't get housing because there isn't housing. They didn't get mental health services because there weren't enough mental health services. They didn't get the things that they needed because we continue not to create systems that support them. So I want to be cautious from a very privileged, extremely privileged standpoint that we act as though that's not a sufficient number. It's a sufficient number every single time somebody got a chance in the morning to get up, have breakfast, earn $60, do whatever the hell they wanted with that money, and hopefully someday be able to find a place they can afford that gives them the services they need, that lets them go back to their family, that lets them do the things that you get to do on a regular basis every single day and never, ever blink about. So I just want to thank you all for all of your hard work. This is not mine alone. There are people, and y'all have to give a shout out to Tao. I don't. She is one of the very few people who sat at the table for a very long time. We also have the lovely Preston. There are people in this audience that have done this work forever. Melody, where are you? She's somewhere over there. And I know I've forgotten a lot of you, so I don't want to take the thanks for that. Mercedes, Sergeant Prez, but I just hope you all hear the messaging today and really take to heart that this is something that together in very creative, unique partnerships can fundamentally change. So thank you. Thank you.
That is amazing. I just want to acknowledge that. That's amazing how so many different sectors can come together and make this happen. And it has actually expanded Harris County-wide. I mean, thank you. Since it is before 10 o'clock, we actually do have a few minutes for questions, if you wouldn't mind. So if anyone has a question for our panel, please raise your hand, and I will come to you with the microphone, or my colleague, Katina, will come to you with the microphone. So if anyone has any questions.
Now, don't leave us up here alone.
I know.
Oh, we got one over there. Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, you can't see me. I'm behind the pillar.
Oh, we got one over there.
Oh. So I'll get it. I just wanted to ask the panel, I know that you started in a designated area and are expanding, but if a certain area, say like I live Southwest, how would we go about trying to reach out and possibly have you guys come into that area or different areas that may be represented here that you're not presently in?
Right. So if you're in Harris County, any part of the district, we have groups in different precincts. Our biggest issue has been transportation. Korean Recovery actually had to buy 2 of their own vans just because we can't get the participants to and from the locations, and then we're limited by the number of lovely deputies that can help us. But reach out to your commissioner, and then certainly just call me at Korean Recovery Resources, and I'll try to work something out.
And just to explain a little bit more about the work sites, the work sites are coordinated by the commissioner's office. So we work with the superintendent, like Deputy mentioned, in Precinct 1 is Mr. Penny, Sidney Penny. And so they identify the different work to be done for the week. And they identify the work in advance, and they provide that schedule. And we have one crew per precinct. I mean, Harris County is huge, so they can only be, in so many places at once, right? So we have 4 crews, one in each precinct, from between Monday and Wednesday. So that's kind of the resources that we have at the moment. But yeah, I guess for that question, contact your commissioner, and you can work through their office, because each individual office identifies the work to be done.
Right. So it's work that's already expected to be done by the county. They're not making up new jobs for people. This is stuff that doesn't get done and hasn't been done.
Thank you so much. We do have another question or comment.
Hi, everyone. Jonathan Danforth here. I know that you guys have had recognition for this program at the White House, which is really, really cool. I'm a big fan of the program, too. Are there other communities that are trying to replicate what you guys have done here to do actually like holistic approach to this?
So through the National Association of County Officials, Commissioner Garcia has given presentations in their conferences, and he did that presentation at the White House. So we have had some conversations with different counties that have reached out, and we've shared information. I'm not sure that anybody has launched a program like this just yet, but there has been a lot of interest, and we have shared. We created a one-pager that's 2 pages that kind of has the breakdown of if you wanted to do it, this is kind of how. And we've shared that with people, but I haven't heard that it's launched anywhere else just yet.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And I was going to mention that structurally the next step in all of this is that the counties subcontract out this kind of work on a regular basis. And so really getting the buy-in that our workforce, the Career and Recovery Staffing Agency that we run for individuals coming through, is the best work source that you can use, the most efficient, the most effective. And so if you can buy into that, and we have people all the time say, I don't believe anybody would show up, and it's got to be flaky, and how can you even show up? We've never had that problem. People show up, we have plenty of people. We are a better work source than most staffing agencies. I would tout that. And we can do it for less, and we don't need to do it, we don't have to cut ourselves short and make it not worth our benefit, but it'd just be nice to see one of those county contracts for $865,000 doing esplanades got spent for an entire year of park cleanup. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have another question and or comment.
Hi, this is Ben Allen. My question is primarily geared towards Sergeant Perez. Has this program informed other law enforcement individuals on how they respond to homelessness? I'm curious if that program has shifted, police officers and how they respond to homelessness. Thank you.
We actively have a hot team that deals with issues that arise on a daily basis because of homelessness throughout the county. As I mentioned, we work hand in hand with the hot team, so they're out there on a daily basis dealing with complaints that result from homelessness. And so it's not just about removing them from places they're either squatting or trying to make encampments out of. We turn around and go and attempt to recruit. I know they're doing a lot of decommissioning, from the underpasses and whatnot. And we're not just removing them; we're giving them opportunities for housing, for this program and other programs, and redirecting them. But as far as, like we mentioned, we are documenting. I know through CRR and Harris County is documenting the program well, like a playbook. And I think to emulate this program in other jurisdictions, it would take some effort and some visiting other locations, and it would take the effort of law enforcement. Like I said, there's criticism out there at the height of shortages, you're using deputies to do this kind of work, but it's definitely working, and we're seeing the results.
Thank you so much. Were there any? Oh.
I have a question from an online attendee. Hi, from back here. Hello. I've got representing from the Zoom in the back here, Jane Malin, who is on Zoom. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name. She asked, what are the mental health services that need to be increased for these folks?
So I want to be really clear, just because you're homeless doesn't mean that you have a mental health issue. I would argue that if I had to be out on the street on a regular basis, that I would definitely have some behavioral impacts. So I want to be clear about that. But the second piece is, I think it's, some of it is residential care, so more permanent supportive housing where you can have community services tied to housing. I think the Harris Center has been amazing. Wayne Young should win like some great human being award. I don't know if there is one, but he should get one. We should make one. Okay, so anyway, so I just think in general, making sure that it's accessible, and I think he's done a much better job. I think it's just tying people back into systems that they don't trust. So having a much more open door approach to mental health and substance use as well from a behavioral standpoint. It's just changing our whole mentality about it. I mean, I'm not speaking anything new or brilliant. It's just, man, we're so weirdly judgmental about stuff that we all face on a regular basis. So maybe just a more generous approach to mental health.
Thank you so much for your answer. And then we'll take one last question for today. Or, well, for this session.
My question, I really thank each of you, but my question, what I'm concerned about in dealing with homelessness myself and being in shelters in my past, one of the biggest issues I found with many of my brothers and sisters that face homelessness is many of those individuals had previously been incarcerated or at the local county jail. What I'm wondering is if your program, you've looked at how to incorporate that before those individuals are released and go back in to being on the streets or free citizens, because often that leads them back into the same criminal behavior because of the depression. They don't have a home, they don't have family. So I'm just wondering if this is something that you all are looking at wrapping around and incorporating to do something so when prisoners or offenders are released, they have, a platform to kind of leap from.
So that is a little bit outside of this specific program, but Commissioner Garcia, he's a former sheriff for Harris County. He has a lot of experience, and I know that he also has a lot of different ideas and projects that we're working on in the background and that we're trying to, figure out the best way to do it. And that is something that is always at the forefront of his mind, that there are a lot of people that are just circling through the system, and how do we give them that transition period before they're released to connect them. So he's very much thinking about those things, and we are researching stuff like that. And I've been working with the commissioner since 2019. We started working on this Employed Empower program in 2019, 2020. It took a long time to really get it off the ground. Unfortunately, things do take a very long time, but we are very aware of those challenges, and it's something that Commissioner is actively researching and working and has his team working on, and hopefully, we can be more efficient and addressing those needs, yeah.
I think it's an evolutionary process of programming. So finding out where your holes are in the Swiss cheese and trying to stack some other things on top. So getting reentry involved, some other ways of engaging that would be great. So thank you for the idea. I'm going to steal it.
Thank you so much. So thank you for everyone who asked questions and made comments, and we appreciate Sergeant Perez, Kelly Young, and Mercedes Sanchez. Thank you. It's okay. So our next topic of the morning is the city's new housing navigation center. So today we have invited Mark Eichenbaum, James Gonzalez, and Preston Witt to speak to how the Navigation Center has supported the efforts in order to provide people with consistent, safe, and stable location as they work on transitioning from homelessness into housing. Mark Eichenbaum is the special assistant to Mayor Sylvester Turner for homeless initiatives. Appointed by 2 administrations, he leads the city's involvement with the Way Home. James Gonzalez is the director of program operations and also happens to be my favorite boss at the coalition. Hey, James. Okay. But he has also worked with homeless providers for over more than 10 years. Preston Witt is the Chief Services Officer for Harmony House, a nonprofit dedicated to serving the homeless in Houston. He does everything he can to address societal wrongs by connecting the clients that he serves to resources that can allow them to exit homelessness, manage their mental illness, access health care, and receive treatment for substance issues. So please join me in welcoming Mark Eichenbaum, James Gonzalez, and Preston Witt.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's see. That works. All right. So, as Ashley mentioned, my name is James, and we're going to talk about the Navigation Center. So, let's start from the beginning. What is a Navigation Center? So, Navigation Center is a low-barrier, short-term place for a client to stay while they are moving through the housing navigation process. Trying to be slick, and that's it. Okay. All right. Got it. Thanks. Yep. Okay, so why do we need one? It's a fair question. There are a lot of things to spend money on, so why put money towards this? Through our COVID response programs that the city, county, state, everybody's kind of spread out, that they funded, we were able to house thousands of individuals in a very short period of time. At the same time, the rental market was responding to a pandemic in a way that we couldn't really anticipate. So it became very difficult to find affordable housing options for our clients. We realized very quickly that we had to come up with a different solution if we were going to keep housing some of our most vulnerable individuals on the streets. And I'm going to hand it over to Mark so he can talk about the city's huge investment in making this possible.
All right, good morning. On behalf of Mayor Turner, he is doing a trade mission right now in Brazil, but he knows this event is going on. He sends his regards, and he thanks everybody for really being here today. I got to thank the coalition, not just for putting on this event, but for all the leadership the coalition provides to keep us together as a cohesive system achieving impact. Got to thank my colleagues at the city. So I see Derek Sellers, Melody Barr, any other colleagues at the city, especially with our housing department, as well as our partners at the county. Let me tell you, when the city and the county really amplify their efforts together, working with the homeless system, we can achieve what other folks think is unthinkable. And most importantly, I got to thank the partners of the Way Home. When you have a transformative system, the system exists because you, the partners, are willing to make it exist. You're willing to be a part of it. If you weren't willing to be a part of it, we wouldn't have our system. So I thank you very, very much for all the hard work you do. You're out in the field. You're doing the tough work. I think most people can never imagine how difficult this work is. We talk about it all the time. The homeless system has to respond to the failures of all the other systems. We're the very last safety net. We're the last people that go into the building that's on fire. And you do it a day in and day out. It's challenging work, but it has to be done, and we really appreciate you. So at the end of the day, the city is always looking at ways to amplify and enhance the efforts of our system. And when we would talk to agencies that were navigating folks into housing, we kept on hearing a reoccurring theme, and that was if our housing navigators could put our clients into a temporary space, a consistent space where they can work with the navigators, it would help us out. It would enhance our efforts. It would expedite our attempts to house these individuals. We spend most of our times traversing over the 600 square miles of the city trying to find our clients instead of doing the hard work of getting them housed. But if we can have a safe, stable location, a consistent location where our housing navigators can find our clients and work with them, it would help out so much. And we kept on hearing that. The idea of this navigation center actually first spurred before COVID. This navigation center has been in work for almost 5 years. And at the end of the day, while the mayor also wanted to make reducing homelessness a priority, but especially reducing unsheltered homelessness a priority, I think the mayor understands that when there is a perceived increase in homelessness on our streets, if we as a system cannot come up with housing solutions, the public or elected officials will take those housing dollars and go elsewhere into ideas or theories that we know will not work. And so it's up for us as a system to devise housing solutions to focus on unsheltered homelessness, to focus on encampments. And we kept on hearing too, look, we got these encampments, we can get people into housing, but man, would it help to have a safe and stable location where the entire community on the streets can move as a community. One encampment can move as a community with all their friends to one space to where it's just focused on getting placed into permanent housing. We looked at other cities. So often with Houston, we don't necessarily invent solutions or programs or initiatives. What we do is we take ones that already exist, but we're usually the first ones to bring it to scale or to really utilize it in a strategic fashion to drive impact. And the same thing here. We didn't create navigation centers. San Francisco, we looked at New Orleans had one. Folks went to Seattle and saw their navigation centers. And what we did was we pieced together the best pieces from each one of those examples to really make it as impactful as possible. For the mayor, this location was not easy. It was in a very historic neighborhood that feels that they get a lot of stuff dumped on them. And I think the mayor really understood that. At the end of the day, we needed a city-owned property because that makes things move so much smoother. We needed to be in the urban core. Folks will not want to go out to a campus or a building out in the boonies, okay? We just know that. And we want to create the most attractive environment and location that folks want to say yes to coming off the streets and to working with their navigators at. And the other thing is we needed size, a certain amount of size. And this was a city-owned building that was vacant in the urban core and was the right size. But he really wanted this to be a model of working with the community. And so to do that, we held 3 community meetings with over 250 attendees. To get the word out, our planning department went and knocked on doors of residents that were adjacent to the facility. We sent postcards out to residents that were within a certain radius of the facility. No community is ever going to say, homeless housing navigation center, come on in. I wish that was the case. So the reality is we're looking for a consensus from the community that everybody's in agreement. It's never going to happen. So what we are looking for is we are looking that there is support in the community, not consensus, but there is support. And then it takes political will to saying, not everybody might agree with this, and we understand that, but it's something that has to be done to achieve what the community wants to achieve. And so Mayor Turner attended these community meetings. And all opinions were expressed at these community meetings. But from that, Mayor Turner said this has to be part of a package, a community improvement package. So the city said we're going to prioritize responding to illegal dumping in this neighborhood. And already the leaders of the community have gone with our solid waste department, identified the areas, and the solid waste department's already started working on it. He said, we're going to fast track as much as possible the removal of blighted buildings in this neighborhood. Already the Department of Neighborhoods has gone on trips with community leaders to identify those blighted buildings, and the process has been started. He said, look, the old football field that's next to this, we don't own it all, and let's complete the tracks of it, and let's turn it into a park for the community. And so already there's been improvements to it. And just last week, City Council approved purchasing the remaining properties to make it a complete track. And there will be put over $1.5 million of parks dollars to creating a new community park for the benefit of everybody. And then the mayor said, look, this is not a one-time thing. I want the community to be involved in this. And he said, we're going to create a community advisory committee. And so a community advisory committee of community leaders and business leaders that are in the vicinity of the Navigation Center was created. And it's extraordinarily important. One of the best things that this community advisory committee brought up was they said, we don't want this facility to be in our community. We want it to be part of our community. And so from that, we said, look, if there's services being offered at this facility for the residents, for the clients, let's also offer those services to the public at large. And so there is a community health clinic being operated by Harris Health at the community, serving the residents of the facility, but it also has its own community hours, offering a whole range of services to the community. Additionally, the other services provided by the Harris Center for Behavioral Health also being offered to the community. And we said, look, we'll prioritize even the homeless in this community first for this facility. And the coalition worked with their partners, and they followed through with that. It was very important for the mayor to say, look, I'm not going to just promise, but I'm going to also deliver. And we have to show that we're delivering to have goodwill with the community and make this and as an example for other communities. Like, look, we made promises here, we delivered, and the promises we make to whether it's a navigation center or homeless housing or whatever, we will deliver on. And one important thing for the mayor was he heard the community say, look, we will pass a one-year lease and 1 year of funding strategically so that if we don't follow through with our promises and this ends up being to the detriment of the community, which it won't, then we won't fund it after a year. Now, the reality is, do we think that's going to happen? Absolutely not. But it was really important for the community to hear that we heard their concerns and we're there with them. The funding for this facility, a lot of federal funds, some TERS funds. Melody Barr and her team worked tirelessly on this project to fund it. And dollars from the United Arab Emirates. They made a donation through the city to the Homeless Fund, and the mayor directed that donation to this facility, over $1.5 million. This facility was sitting vacant, and it was broken into twice. And almost $2 million of damage was caused by vandals. The mayor said, I want this facility and our investment in it to be the spark that reinvigorates the Jensen corridor. As folks know, this sits on Gentian Drive. And in its heydays, Gentian Drive was bustling. And so the number one way to reinvigorate is to take vacant properties, unused properties, and energize them. And it's truly our hope that the community park and this facility will be that spark. Lots and lots of cities and mayors have already toured this facility. And so I just want to add this caution and make it very, very clear. The Navigation Center, the bricks and sticks, does not house people. Bricks and sticks doesn't just magically, help homeless individuals get off the streets. It's actually the work inside the building and all of our collaborative and collective housing efforts that does it. The entire facility is predicated on housing. It is a pit stop on the road to being housed. It is meant to increase the number of people we can house and expedite the housing process for those individuals. We don't care how many people go in the facility. We care how many people we can get out of the facility into housing. So just because it's being utilized doesn't mean there's impact. And for us, the impact is speeding up housing, housing more people, and being a good neighbor. We're looking at this in several phases. This first phase is really a major tool in helping us decommission encampments holistically by being that pit stop where the entire encampment can be worked and placed into permanent housing. But then after that, we're going to be opening up to all the folks being housed, unsheltered folks being housed through our housing navigation centers. Not being housed by all of you. To where you can put your clients in there while they're working on their housing. And it can also be a place for law enforcement in the future to bring folks to. So instead of writing them the ticket or taking them to jail, that now we can really offer a low barrier facility. And as designed and as we knew, people are using this facility. The vast majority of folks want to go to this facility because we knew that when you offer a low barrier, attractive facility that's close to where the services are, folks will go into it. But at the end of the day, the housing is the solution. The navigation center is just a tool for us to carry out that solution. It's predicated on housing, and there will be changes, obviously. Be a change in administrations coming up. And I think it's important for the success of the navigation center, it's important for the success of our system, that we are all mindful that homelessness stays on the platform of individuals, it's on their radar, and it's a major issue, which is continuing to fund this facility and continuing to fund the housing that is predicated on. I want to thank very much the coalition. They are kind of the project manager on this, and it's very important that our housing system is integrated into this, and I want to thank Harmony House. This is not easy work, and a lot of organizations are getting out of the business of emergency housing. And you have to have some emergency housing at the end of the day. It's not easy work, and I greatly appreciate it. The last thing I'll add, it was very important for the community that we talked about layers of accountability, and there were 3 layers of accountability here. If you have issues, you can go to the operator, Harmony House. If you have more issues, then you can go to the Coalition for the Homeless, the project manager. And then if it still doesn't get solved, then you can come to the city, who's the city facility and who's funding the operations here. So hopefully, folks, council members will all the time say, hey, and I never thought this would happen. Hey, can we put a navigation center in our district? I'm like, what? Okay. And the answer is no. We don't need more navigation centers. Okay. What we need is more housing. And so if the housing navigation center gets full, we don't ever want it to get full because we're housing so many people so quickly out of that into housing that exists. And so we don't want it to be a glorified warehouse holding folks. We want it to be just that pit stop. And so the answer never is building more navigation centers. It's building and funding more housing so that we can get folks, so there's constant churn in that one navigation center. Thank you.
Hey, y'all. You know, I always write all these words and then I never go off of it, so it's just my way of doing things. There are so many of you that we have worked through the challenges of housing over the last 20 years. 20 years I've been in this business. Many of you have been here a lot longer than I have. So I thank you, we thank you for all the work that you've done. So I would first really like to thank the mayor for listening to the experts in the field of housing, letting us bring a new approach to our city, to house people, to be a point of shelter, a point of contact for you to see our people and know where they are so that you can expedite their housing. Housing stock is hard now. We are looking for more permanent housing. We're looking for more housing to be built, as Mark said. This is the pit stop for people to move forward. And we have done so far, I believe, an amazing job. I would also like to thank each and every one of you. Thank you. for allowing me to be your representative on the steering committee for the past 6 years. This is my last year of service, and I would like for all of you to continue the remarkable work that we have done in this community. I remember the first count, and we had 14,000 people that were unsheltered. It was a phenomenal number. We were all astonished. As Lord, I forgot your name already. I do this all the time. We did not know what to do, where the stock was going to come from, how we were going to house these people. We were scared as a community. We were able, as a small organization, to partner with an amazing contractor, an amazing housing provider, and we wrote the first collaborative agreement with New Hope Housing, who understood, who wanted to understand, who wanted to be involved with resolving the issue of homelessness. Together, we worked together. How many of you know Joy? Right? It was amazing. Tamara and I spent countless hours together writing an MOU and really bringing on New Hope Housing. And without their leadership, without their vision, we would have never been where we are today. So I thank you. A little about what we've been able to accomplish so far is we have served so far 110 people in our program at the Navigation Center. We have successfully housed 56 of those people. It's not our work, it's the work of you guys. You guys have really united, come together, and made an example of what other cities should do and need to follow through with. We are an amazing group of people. You are an amazing group of people. And for all of you guys that are young coming on board, I want you to look across this room to see these people that have worked tirelessly to get you where you are today. Continue the epic work that we started, and change will continue to happen, always. I want to thank you personally from the bottom of my heart. We are visionaries in this community. We will always be visionaries. I thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. And thank you for serving on our steering committee. We appreciate you. No, thank you so much for everything that you all have contributed for the Navigation Center. It has really helped. It's amazing. I've been there myself. So it's amazing. So at this time, we will go ahead and take a short break. Please enjoy each other's company, and we will return at 10:40. Thank you. Hello, okay. Hello, everyone. Our program will resume in about 5 minutes. If you could please find your seats. Hello, everyone. Our program will resume in 5 minutes. If you could please find your seats. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We are about to get started. We have a panel discussion coming up next. If you could please find your seats, we will get started in just a minute. For the panel? Yes, and so actually I'm about to I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. But actually I'm okay, so we just sit down and get called up. Well, that's a good question since they were already I figured they could start it there and then I'll bring you on stage. Oh, you will? Uh-huh. Okay, is there a yeah. 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 All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I am about to introduce our panelists for today. Welcome back. So our next session is a panel discussion that will shed light on this amazing new initiative that is designed to end and prevent youth and young adult homelessness. Yes. Our moderator will be Stephanie Quintella, Director of Strategic Planning Programs for Coalition for the Homeless. Yes. Stephanie has held various positions throughout her 17-year government career before transitioning into the private industry. Following her passion and desire to serve the community, Stephanie entered into the nonprofit sector in October of 2020. At the coalition, she oversees the youth and income teams. So please join me in welcoming Stephanie Quintella.
Is it working? Yes. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm Stephanie Quintella, and I'm so excited to be able to talk to you guys about the Youth Homeless Demonstration Program. And we have 4 people on our panel that I will introduce, and they'll come up and have a seat. That we're going to kind of try to do this just question and answer little thing, but I'll give you a brief overview of the program before we get started. So first we have Shun Johnson. She's the CEO of TLC Health and Wellness. She's being funded for our coordinated access, and she's also funded for transitional housing, rapid rehousing, so we're excited about that. Our next person is Juliette Stipech. She's the Executive Director of Workforce Board for Workforce Solutions. And so we're excited to have her with us. And then we have Kenny. He is our chair for our Youth Advisory Board. He works for Collective Action for Youth. And Kenny Easley is also on our steering committee. So he represents the youth on the steering committee. And then our last person is Joe Fuentes. He is the Director of Transformation, for Spring Branch Community Health. He also has a transitional housing, rapid rehousing program for YHDP. So, I'm in super great company. I do want to say that this program was started by HUD, Housing and Urban Development. We received some funding a year ago. $10.5 million was put into our community for the Way Home to be able to address youth homelessness. And many people were wondering why they wanted to focus strictly on youth homelessness, but when we already had a system, right? We already have a system that addresses homelessness. But with a lot of research that they started back in 2012, and they're still looking at all of this data from these new programs, youth experience homelessness in a very different way than adults do. Right now, our system, the money that comes in from HUD, it's meant to help those people who've been on the street the longest. And so if you're 18 years old, 19 years old, you get kicked out, you're just now on the street. So you don't even qualify a lot of times to get help from the current dollars. So this money is going to actually help to be able to address youth very early on and hopefully stop that cycle of homelessness that happens. So we're going to do some quick question and answers. Hopefully we're ready to go. I'm going to have to put on my glasses because I'm sorry, but it's that age. All right. We'll start with Kenny. Can you tell the guest here what the Youth Action Board is?
So the Youth Action Board actually are in this room with us. Guys, can you please stand up for me? All of the YAB members, can you please stand up? Yes, so they are here, and actually the YAB is a group of youth and young individuals that have been affected by homelessness, also that have just been impacted by life in general, not really having that support system that's needed, when you're coming up in life. And honestly, they are the ones that have been training a lot of these nonprofits on how to deal with youth, how to communicate with them, how to work with them, and it not be an issue, And honestly, a lot of the work that we're doing, you need youth. You need the youth to be a part of this work, because if they aren't, you won't really know what you're doing. You won't really know who you're catering to and how to cater to them. And so when we have the youth that are a part of these type of things, it opens doors for us to be able to, manage the people that we're dealing with, and be able to tend to them the way they needed to be tended to. And honestly, it's like another open door type of situation for you to level up and to, be greater in whatever aspect that you feel like you want to be in, whether it be a nonprofit or it be mental health, youth advocacy, whatever it is. Honestly, this is one of those things to where it's like, we're here to support you, we're here to help you, and also we're here to, listen to your voice and listen to the reason that you want to use your voice. Yeah.
Thank you, Kenny. And the cool thing about this YHDP program is that HUD gave us the money so that we would come up with the coordinated community plan. So we have several stakeholders in the room, close to 100. We had a youth leadership writing team that did most of the writing. A year ago, HUD approved our plan, so we were very relieved when that news came through, because that was a lot of work. And we had to get the Youth Advisory Board or Youth Action Board, they had to be on board. They had to sign off on this plan. So they were involved in the planning. They were involved in some of the writing. I know one of the OGs of the YAB, who's not on there anymore, he actually wrote some of the application for the funding. So they were very involved, very important piece of the work. And I do want to just kind of shout out their names. There's Jonathan Alexander, Mooney Williams, Jay Williams, and Celeste Tibet. Yeah, so very important. We have several others that obviously couldn't make it, but super excited to see them. We saw them earlier this week as well. And next question. Let's see. This is to Joe. Is youth homelessness really a problem?
Yes. Next question.
I told him he couldn't do this, and he's doing.
So much like Kelly Young, I do need some notes just in case. And I was really interested, and thank y'all for allowing me to be on this panel, though I am an older adult, not a youth, as we can tell. So just work with me here. So the best way to really describe it is looking at our HMIS data. And so roughly about 7,000 clients from calendar year 2022 are between the ages of 13 and 24. And we can debate whether 17 forwards youth, but according to all of our funding and other things, that's still development issues going on. So we do have that. When I looked at April 1st all the way until, I believe it was the end of March of this year, from 2022 to this year, we roughly had about 3,000, roughly about 3,000 people in the program, and so are exiting. And these are all adult programs. All this information is before we took any specific activities regarding youth or young adults. While there are traditional COC programs that originally targeted youth, due to the development of the programs, it became more mainstream and have to serve everybody, so we do the best we can according to access. So this is all before that. So in looking at that too, we also had really about 1,585 youth or young adults that exited the program. And we really had 5 interventions. There's a 6th one, which is diversion, which is new to us right now. So I didn't include those. But they were transitional housing, emergency shelter, outreach, permanent supportive housing, and I want to say rapid rehousing, if I can remember correctly. So those are some of the ones that have come to mind in terms of what we've done. So the 129 youth and young adults actually were the ones that came and were experiencing homelessness again. So that was something that was really interesting to me when I was looking at the consolidated plan and everything like that. So based on the plan that you referred to, we have roughly about 1,000 people that are youth and young adults that we say they need housing, and that's before anything. So as we go into this program, we're also realizing the need that we really do need to serve more and that there are more people to be served in this community. So the answer is yes.
Awesome.
And we were funded, so definitely the answer is yes.
Yes, thank you. Next question is for Juliet. And this is interesting because, as I mentioned, Juliet is the executive director of the Workforce Board. And we have a long-standing relationship with Workforce Solutions through our Income Now program for adults. We're starting to, our income team is here as well, and our youth team. We're starting to work together to find youth-specific programs to make sure that these folks that are coming in, that they are connected to education and work supports. So, Juliet, with that in mind, is education and training and employing youth and young adults important to prevent and end homelessness?
Yes. Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for this opportunity to share the space with these amazing panelists and also to be able to connect and engage with you. We have several members of our team that are here. Latoya, Christy, and Ashley are here. Please get their cards, talk to them before they leave. We are working, I just started in June of last year. So it has been an extraordinary opportunity to look at how we can make the system even better. And so I'm happy that I'm on the stage with Kenny and that there's a youth advisory board that's leading this work as well, because in terms of us being able to design programs that make sense and work, we definitely have to have young people's engagement, involvement, critiques, and creativity. Because when I have always participated in programs in the past, you always see the best of intentionality, but if the right people aren't sitting at the table, what happens? You have to go back and try to correct. You have to go back and improve. And so if you can have the right person sitting at the table from the very beginning, you're setting the stage for tremendous progress from the very start. So with us at Workforce Solutions, we are working on integrating homeless youth, opportunity youth, fully into the system. We don't want it any longer to be a one-off program that sits apart by itself, disconnected from the rest. And so we want people to understand the language, the statistics, but also to be able to just break bread and understand the issues, right? And not with you of course want to have the academic knowledge and the statistics, but it's best to also hear from the exact experiences of what's happening right now. We're living in a world that is rapidly changing so dramatically minute by minute. And now we're talking about AI and chat GPT and all this other type of stuff. But our work is deeply relational and it's human-centric. Workforce Solutions works on allowing lifelong learning opportunities, and so we have to learn how we can better engage with our community so that way we have our career offices, but providing resources and meeting people where they are. In redesigning our system, we, of course, have operations. We have another division that's devoted to employer engagement and community partnership. But for the first time, we have a division that is devoted to education. And we have a youth services division, as well as adult education and literacy, and the other high skills, high growth scholarship opportunities that we have available for persons to be able to receive the funding and supports so they can go and find a good career. That will also require us to have wraparound services. To be able to tell folks, when you come in to learn about upskilling opportunities, we're also going to tell you about our childcare opportunities. We're going to tell you about the transportation options that we have. Earlier this week, I went out to El Campo, and I met with a group of employers, and they were like, Juliet, do you have information on housing? And so while we do not offer housing services, we have great partners that we have to coordinate with so that way it is a part of a holistic perspective as opposed to just a one-off. So we are redesigning, transforming to be focused on the unique communities that we serve and collaborative so we can better coordinate to offer the care and the supports to allow people to engage with lifelong careers. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I get so excited. This is one of my favorite relationships with Workforce Solutions. Okay, sorry. Shun Johnson. I'm super excited that Shun is here. She's kind of new to the COC, the Way Home world. And this was her first, I believe, award. So how has this funding changed or maybe transformed your work? And what are you most looking forward to through this project?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to be here as well. This award really has allowed us to expand our capacity to serve more youth and young adults experiencing homelessness. Prior to this award, we provided case management, some advocacy services, helping with coordination of services, but the missing piece was the housing. We would have youth and young adults present, we're helping them in a number of ways, but at the end of the day, the lack of safe, affordable, and decent housing remained challenging. So I think, this award, allowing us to have the housing piece as well as access to other resources that are available through partners who are also funded, has really helped us to better serve the youth and young adults that are presenting to us. And then in terms of what am I looking forward to, was that the second part of it? This has been a very tremendous time for us as a young organization. We're comprised of individuals with the background and the history and the work, but as an organization, it's often sometimes hard to break in and to get the funding. And so it's just been real exciting working with the youth team at the coalition, working with the other partners who are funded through the program, and really seeing the work, seeing lives being transformed right before our eyes. That's what it's really about, So that's part of it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Shun. Kenny, give me an example of something that the youth really wanted to see in either the plan or the design of the program that kind of stuck out to you, and what did you guys do to make sure it was included?
So 2 things. One thing's first, doing cultural competency trainings for the other nonprofit organizations was something that really intrigued the YAB. They were very, happy to be able to show others how to deal with people like themselves. And I could just tell it put them in a better space, a better headspace, knowing that they were giving off the knowledge that they have to others, that may come off as more knowledgeable than them, because the YAB consists of people who have been through certain things, and a lot of us in this room have not been through some of those things. So we can't tell them, how their experience was. We can only listen. And when they have that ear to basically talk to, it puts them in a better headspace. When we just shut up and listen, they actually feel more comfortable with being more vulnerable, because they don't feel like they're being put in a box, or they don't feel like they're being told what to do. So the cultural competency, and then also professional development. They love professional development. When I say love it, it's like second nature to them. Every time I turn around, they want something new, either digital literacy training or mental health training, just so they can have these things under their belt. So if they do decide to leave the YAB or move on or transition to somewhere else, something better, they can take those things with them. And then also they can spread and host their own trainings and do their own mentoring programs. And it puts them in a different, more genuine light. And I can tell from them just sitting in meetings to when they're actually hosting the meetings, they feel so much like the dynamic is different, and when you're actually there to see it from one standpoint to another, you can really see the difference. And it makes me feel good, literally. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Kenny. Joe, what were some unforeseen challenges? And bear in mind, we started this in January. So we went live January. Now we're at April. So we're still babies in this work. But I know we've already seen some challenges. So what are some challenges that you didn't think about that now you're starting to see?
One of the largest challenges has been with just securing transitional housing. That has been probably one of the largest pieces. The best piece of that, though, is we do have flexible funding, which was also noted in the plan. That's allowed us to do a hybrid between transitional housing and rapid rehousing. But finding locations where YA need to be or where CREST to be has been very difficult. Finding landlords who are willing to work with the population has been very difficult. While the population itself has not been difficult, it's been the landlords that have been difficult in trying to establish MOUs and contracts. And so there's a lot of word out on the street about, what we can pay for. There was landlords incentives and all these other kind of things. And so some of these landlords expect it. And so it's always us being, a good custodian of public funds to making sure that we're not overpaying for things. The other piece is all the additional or special activities that this grant allows for was internally trying to figure out all the things and how to do, pay for internet, pay for some other things, keeping people beyond 36 months on this project. And so we're fortunate, and we had a really great HUD project officer, Amy Harmon, I believe is her name, who's been wonderful about making sure that we got pretty much every single special activity that we could think of and got it approved. So I'm really grateful for that. But again, transitional housing and the lack thereof has been really difficult with this project for us. But we did secure 2 facilities, 3.
Yeah, but y'all did.
And so they're working out really, really well, but we hope to continue that pattern. And so it's not been a challenge, but I do want to say, and you'll probably speak it earlier, that this has been, I'm always surprised when I get pulled into something. I'm like, this is the last grant or anything I'll ever do, and it's never the case. And maybe it made me feel young for a couple of days. But the collaboration between the YAB and that interaction, and also between the service providers, and even those that maybe not been funded but that are part of our network, has been really, really great. And so it's been even closer than the other experiences I've had with just the COC. Not that they've been bad, but just a little bit different and more meaningful to me. So I really want to thank y'all for that opportunity. So it's been great.
Awesome. Yeah, we do like to say we're a little village, right, Quana? It's like our little town in Houston. Juliet, what kind of youth-specific programs are available through the Workforce Solutions?
So Workforce Solutions, we have, for instance, a program that started about a year ago, the Next Gen program, in which we're working with service providers to work with opportunity in our youth, the 16 to 24-year-olds, that this is the first program of its kind that was designed and developed with some residual WIOA youth funding. And so that was a conscientious effort on the part of the board to focus on our vulnerable youth that are disconnected. And so it has been a great learning experience with the partners that are a part of that association, giving us the granular knowledge of what is happening in the various communities that we serve. I tell you, it's like previously, before joining Workforce Solutions, I was at the city of Houston. And I was like, boy, the city of Houston's so large. The county, Harris County, massive. You can fit the entire state of Vermont in the footprint, right? And now we've got 13 counties. So this area is extraordinarily large. And trying to look at the unique demographics of each one of the communities is mind-blowing. And in each one of the communities, if we focus on those that are most vulnerable, then we can create and design a system that actually makes sense. And that's a lesson that I learned post-Hurricane Harvey when we were at the city of Houston. It said, always put the children first, make sure you focus on the youth, and design programs for the most vulnerable. So I take those lessons that we learned from all of these different crises that we experienced over the last 5 years and say, what can we learn from those crises and disasters to enhance our systems so that way we're resilient, not just during a disaster, but at all times. And so, our programs include, we have an affiliation with the Higher Houston Youth Program. We have WIOA funding that we provide to eligible youth to have work-based learning opportunities. We're working on systems in which we can design and develop pre-apprenticeship programs for young people. We're looking on trying to connect more young people to apprenticeship programs so that way they can earn and learn at the same time and have a connection to an employer who's going to engage them, provide them with the social capital and connections that they need to be able to succeed. Our hope is to be able to give information to young people so they can make a conscientious decision about their future. So that way they don't have to go over and over and try to find out for themselves. We are here to serve, but we need your help to conduct outreach so that way we can have the right young people at the right time to be able to connect them as early as possible to the opportunities that we have. I've heard countless number of employers say, we can't find enough people for our jobs. And I'm like, my goodness, we have such talent and people that are available. But for some reason or another, there has just been dramatic disconnects. Your advocacy work and what is happening here in coordinating these efforts is truly transformative. Because as you said, it's the village coming together so that way the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. And I thank you for allowing Workforce Solutions to be a part of this village because we have resources. I tell folks, it's like, my goodness, we have about almost $500 million that we can invest in childcare, upskilling opportunities, work-based learning, apprenticeship, but it isn't any good if we can't spend it. And it's like what Joe was saying, sometimes you get money, it's like, how do you get it effectively implemented? It takes connections. It takes networks. And our networks, as we build them, and as we have youth connecting into our networks as well and serving as our leaders and advocates, then we can become better at serving our youth and our community with their knowledge at the table. Everyone needs that seat at the table, and I just, our programs will continue to be designed and developed over time, but we do have work-based learning opportunities, on-the-job training, apprenticeship programs, but I can't wait to see what more we can do.
Awesome, thank you. And we are definitely plugged into Next Gen and work-based learning. And I actually plucked someone from Workforce Solutions to be our manager of income teams. He's here as well, Omar Martinez. So we're super excited that he has those relationships and can bring that skill to our team. All right, Shun, what was it like working with the Youth Action Board?
It was fun. I have a great deal of respect for our Youth Action Board. They are very committed, they're present, and they are everywhere we need them to be. They're very honest about their experiences. They give themselves room to be vulnerable. They share the things with us that we need to know as adults and really help us better serve them from their lens, from their perspective of what they need, what's important to them versus just what we think. Our YAB is very, very active. We sit in on community meetings with other regions and, listening to what other regions are doing, but also understanding the value and the hard work and the effort that's put forth by our YAB. It just goes a long way. The thing that I think was impressed upon me more than anything is that we take a lot of things for granted. And, being able to hear and understand some of the experiences and just things that are going on with, in the lives of our YAB members, it just really has, I think, helped us all to do a better job of, not leaning towards adultism, but also leaning in towards doing the work and being present in a way and showing up in a way that's meaningful and that's helpful to youth and young adults. Our YAB, and I could go on and on about them, but, I say they're very active, but, from being, part of the writing for the coordinated community plan, to holding community stakeholder meetings. They also facilitated a lot of those meetings, breakout sessions. And one thing that I really love, and I know our team really appreciates, is that the training that we receive from them. Kenny talked about, the professional development. Our YAB provides that to youth service providers under the YHDP program. I think as a whole, we're all doing a better job because of this, and I just want to, give a round of applause to the YAB for their commitment and everything that they're doing.
Did you want to follow up with anything, Kenny?
Sure. Actually, the YAB is, like she said, they are very active. They were a part of last year's RFP process, which was very long. But we stuck through it. We got through every single last meeting, every single last piece of paper that needed to be signed, read, whatever. We did it. But yes, they're very active, and we all the time, whenever we host something or whenever we're doing something for other nonprofits, they pull us to the side all the time. We loved it. We loved the training. We loved everything that you all did. I'm sorry. Another thing that I forgot to mention was when they did a community give back for the homeless. And that was something that really touched my heart and made me want to go harder for this work. We went to, Minute Maid Park. And before they cleared it out, we went to every single tent and gave them clothes, hygiene products, food. We literally gave them everything, haircuts, just about everything, showers. And seeing their reactions, it put a smile on my face, like a real genuine smile on my face and my heart. And I could tell that the YAB were really enjoying just, taking charge and, helping the people out, helping the community that they came from. And, they're just, it's just so much. Like, I could really just keep going on, but I'm a chill.
Thanks, Kenny. I guess we'll ask a couple more questions, then we'll open it up to the audience and to the people that are watching us via internet. Does anyone have a success story that they want to share? And again, we just started in January, but does anyone have a success story they would like to share?
We secured transitional housing. That was probably the largest.
That is a success story.
I mean, the interesting part about it is that with the timeline that we had for this whole plan and just the grant, that we always felt we were behind, and we really weren't, but internally we felt that way. So that was really the biggest hurdle, I think, and really made the project complete. And then again, with everybody here, in the integration of the YAB. We have our own YAB for the agency, which is a little bit different than the YAB here, but we utilize both because we need that cross-section in terms of diversity as well. And that's the other thing I think that's been kind of mentioned a little bit before in terms of just LGBTQI. We have a lack of representation for Hispanic Latinos, especially monolingual speaking Spanish, and why are we missing that population? So, and we're making some strides in that across the board. So, I think those are some of the successes I can think of right now.
Shun?
Yes. So echoing on what Joe said, it was really challenging finding housing. We were out meeting with landlords, and, when you're meeting out there and they're hearing you're working with people who are, experiencing homelessness, it's not always, you're not always received with open arms, and I think we just really kind of had to get creative in how we talked about our program. We really had to kind of focus on the positive benefits and really, try to make partners of these landlords. And we've been really, lucky, I'm going to say, because it was looking pretty bleak and dire. And as Joe said, we just really felt like we were behind. But, we have made 2 connections at 2 complexes. And, we really feel like they're also committed to the work and committed to positive youth development. In addition, I kind of like to talk about one particular program participant that we're working with. I think it's easy for us to take human connections for granted. If you're someone who has positive and healthy connections, it may not necessarily be, within your frame of thought to understand what life could be like to be void of these connections. One of the goals, overarching goals with the program was permanent connections. And so, working with youth and young adults, we've seen a lot in a short period of time. And, one particular participant just kind of comes to mind. This young lady was placed into foster care right after birth. Her mother was struggling with, drug abuse, substance abuse, and her father was absent. She spent most of her life in group homes. She had one home placement. Like, I couldn't imagine spending my whole life in group homes, missing that connection of a family. And the placement that she had, it was in her 17th year, and it was with her father and his girlfriend and their infant. She was there a few months. It did not work well. He had been absent most of her life, and he was still absent, and so she was back to a group home. She aged out of foster care, and after that, which was last year, she was homeless, living on the street, couch surfing, sleeping in cars, and other places just not meant for human habitation. When our staff met with her, I think she came in February, during her intake, she was asked for an emergency contact. And she said, call 911, And, when you think about that, and so, they pressed because, in different ways trying to, get information because we need emergency contacts. And she said, you'd have better luck calling 911 than anyone that I know. And in the end, she provided her caseworker at the Hay Center, and she came on into the program recently. She's in a shared housing plan. She has a roommate, and they're finding their way. This young lady had a lot of challenges in foster care. She's kind of small in stature, so she had to fight a lot, but she's got a lot of fight in her that we know can be turned into a positive thing. And so, we have already seen tremendous change in her. Her attitude is much better. She and her roommate are bonding. She works full-time. She's a hard worker. Now, we're working on the anger management, and, she's signing up for GED classes and anger management classes because if she feels mistreated in a job, she will quit. But the thing about her, she's very resilient. She finds another job. We're so happy to have this opportunity. I said the biggest part of this is transforming lives. And again, we take so many things for granted, but just to see these small steps with this young lady. She checks in with her case manager almost daily. The case manager said, well, you don't have to call me every day, but she said, well, no, I want to. And she said, for the first time in my life, I feel like people care about me.
Thanks, Jen. The last question for the panel, and just whoever wants to answer, or if all of you want to answer, that's fine. And then we'll open it up to questions to the audience. What can other service providers do that don't necessarily serve youth and young adults if they happen to come across a youth or young adult who's at risk of homelessness or is homeless? What can they do?
I'll take it. So on the spot, right then and there, even though your organization or whoever it is that you're working for, they don't serve to youth, find somebody that serves youth. We're all in spaces like this to where we know somebody that's working with youth. We can't just say, oh, I don't know anybody, or I can't find anybody. We all have phones. We all have tablets, laptops, whatever. These areas have a lot of programs and organizations that are catering specifically for youth. So honestly, just try, try, as if they were somebody that you could cater to, just try with pure intentions, be genuine about it, because if you're not, then you won't get genuine results, honestly.
Yeah. I think one of the other things, and I'm going to speak from a service provider kind of perspective, which kind of touches what Kenny's talking about, but I'll try to use our language. We're all trained in trauma-informed care, all these other kind of evidence-based interventions, and really apply those to youth. With probably the difference of maybe having the positive youth development model. But there are trainings on the website. The coalition can take advantage. There's so many trainings that are being offered right now, especially targeting YYA, and I think we could all do a better job in making sure we were attending those trainings as well. So they are available, but just taking that skill set that you have and kind of focusing that, whether it's motivational interviewing, what else do we have? Cognitive behavioral therapy. We have all these really great skills in our agencies, and really kind of translate that to youth. And like Kenny said, we know somebody. Somebody knows somebody. If not, call the YAB. It's the best resources we have right now, and getting that direct feedback. So that would be kind of my thing I would suggest to take advantage of. And it's free in CEs and CEUs sometimes.
Right. Thank you. Anyone else?
Based on my experience in the past, the first thought that comes to mind is see something, say something, right? It's kind of like these phrases that you think about just generally, but the curating of information is so important, right? Because it's like, what I found is like massive quantities of information. You get lost in a sea of it. And so that's why it's imperative for the group to be able to curate a list, not just that has the name, but has the people devoted to helping. So it's connecting to a network that knows how to serve. And so that's why these meetings are so important, because it's like, as we get this, you want the experts, right? You want people that you can trust. You want folks that have an understanding of the language and the culture and the sensitivity to be able to truly serve with respect. And so, you know, I've had so many different opportunities to meet with a wide array, as everyone in this room has, right? And then there's some that you put in your file cabinet. And then the other ones you put in a special file cabinet with this shred bin, right? You don't want to deal with these, but it's like we, in this space, in this safe space, need to be careful to curate that information so that we potentially, I always said I wanted to create a laundry list or a clearinghouse of low cost, no cost, quality resources that could be readily available for the community.
And I'd just like to add, you know, as Kenny mentioned, you know, showing up authentically, you know, removing the adult lens and really trying to see things from the perspective of the youth and young adults. You know, we know that, you know, sometimes, you know, workers may have, you know, heavy caseloads. They may have, you know, lots of clients that they need to see. But, you know, really being present in that moment with that youth or young adult, and really giving them a safe place, a safe space to really talk about the things that they're experiencing. And if you don't have the resources, you know, as other panelists have mentioned, you know, reaching out to the YAB, reaching out to the coalition, you know, referring that youth through the coordinated access system, and just, you know, going that extra step, because you don't know what those few minutes that you have with that youth or young adult may mean, and how that may change the trajectory of their lives.
Thanks, Shun. And if you can't tell, like for me, working with youth servicing providers, it's like, and I've worked with a lot of providers, and everyone's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but youth service providers are special, and it's been so fun for me and for our team to get to know all of the people that receive funding, plus all of the people that don't receive funding that work with us through this collaboration, because we can't end youth homelessness with the money we received for the 2 years. So I do want to make sure I shout out to the youth team. Quana's the manager. She's waving over there. Laura Banks is an associate with our team. And Charles Manning is a specialist. He used to be on the YAB as well, but he works for us now. And then we have a few other providers. I know Eva with Temenos has the permanent supportive housing with YHDP. And I don't know if Search is here. Search is here. Yes, Search has outreach and housing navigation. And Montrose Center. Is Montrose Center? Yep. Grace Place.
Covenant House, Texas.
Thank you, Covenant House. Look, and I even saw you this morning. Covenant House has transitional housing, rapid rehousing. So, like I said, beautiful people. We're just super happy to work with them. And please go to our website, the Coalition website, look up YHDP. You'll see our webpage, and you'll find out all the work that we're doing and a lot of great resources, too. So I'll turn it over to you for questions.
Well, thank you so much for your wonderful moderation, Stephanie Quintella. So we will be taking a few questions for our YHDP panelists. So I will walk around. If you raise your hand, and I will share the mic also too. My colleague Katina will be walking around. If we could please keep all comments and questions short, so that way we can give audience members a chance to ask. And I also believe we have a couple of online questions as well. If you are live and you are seeing this, you can use the chat function to ask your question or comment.
Thanks, Ashley. So we have two questions coming in from online. Krista Harvey asks a question for Kenny. What is something you would like people to know that would help us better serve youth? And also, Rosanna Ishi asks where we can find more information on the free training you mentioned, CBT and motivational interviewing. Thanks.
Okay, so to answer that question, one of the things that you can do is if your organization does cater to youth, make sure you are receiving the cultural competency trainings. Make sure you're receiving any type of training that is coming from the YAB, because that is the only way you'll really truly know how to cater to the youth that have been affected by homelessness, that don't have support systems, that have been kicked out on the street as teenagers, or just for even coming out, as their sexuality and who they are. Just receiving as many trainings and reaching out to the YAB, just talking to them, even asking for advice, just like simple things, just reaching out to those young professionals. This is really like the main thing you can do. Yeah, I hope that answered the question.
Thank you so much. And we'll take a question, comment over here.
Hi, y'all. Cabrian Southern here. Quick question for those who aren't too familiar with YHDP. Can you explain the age range in which you serve through the program? That's the first question, then I have a second one. I'll let you go.
Oh, me? Okay. If I'm not mistaken, it's 16 through 24.
Perfect.
18 through 24, I'm sorry. 16? Okay, so 16 to 20. Oh.
So we're 17 emancipated to 24.
So 16-ish through 24.
That part.
Yes. On average, yes.
My second question is for our partners or those who are in the audience and aren't here with us today, if they're interested in participating on the YAB, how can they get in contact with you guys to learn more?
Well, if you want to participate, actually, I can network with you a little bit after this. I can give you one of my cards. We can do some conversating, and I'll let you know, if we are, if we can fit, some extra partners in there for YAB members. But honestly, just reach out to me. I can honestly give you one of my other coworkers' information as well. But I'm here. It's pretty much all you need.
That was smooth.
Well, thank you. We do have another question or comment over here.
Good morning. When I was active in homeless outreach with the Houston Police Department, there was two groups that were almost impossible to house. One was sex offenders. The other one was 17-year-olds. It was terrible. They were too old for the juvenile system, but too young for emergency shelters. Luckily, we had Covenant House that worked with us, and through some outside-the-box thinking, we were able to help everybody. But that was a problem in 2010. It was a problem in 2017 when I retired. But I think you may have answered that question. Am I correct? And 17-year-olds are now able to get into housing, and whether it's emergency housing with obviously, hoping to get into permanent supportive.
Yes, sir, they are. And to help prevent something like that, if anybody's ever going through a situation to where, it's difficult to connect with the youth that you're dealing with, just some of the things that I try to, give out, try to have like a snack bar set up, or like maybe even like a little TV or something, a little cooler with like some drinks. Make them feel at home, make them feel comfortable, even if they aren't hungry, offer them some candy or something, just try to make them feel more comfortable, because once you get them in that spot to where they feel like they can kick their shoes off, you'll get anything you want from them. You can ask them anything under the sun and they will tell you, because they feel like they're safe, they feel like they're being cared about genuinely. So just like those small things that'll really help you to really get through to your youth. And I will say, at 17, I was a little bit rebellious myself, but that's because in that time frame, we're really just trying to find our way and find ourselves. At that time, we're kind of like growing into adulthood, so we're really kind of like not listening to anybody. But in actuality, we need to listen. So, just being there and letting them know your intention of the conversation, of your actions, and snacks as well.
Snacks go a long way. I'd like to add one thing. I think what's really unique about this program and what's great is that we have so many service providers, and different service providers bring something different to the table. And so, as you're speaking about 17-year-olds, our agency does not necessarily work with the 17-year-olds, but, Covenant House does see a lot of them. And so, really, being able to meet the youth and young adults where they are and find a solution for whatever issue they're facing is really exciting. And, if you don't have it within your agency, you know that there's a partner agency a phone call away, an email away, that's, ready to assist and help out.
Thank you so much for your responses and everything. I too remember 17-year-old. God bless us. So I believe we have one more question online. No? Okay. Yes. Okay. So instead of one more question, we would like to thank each one of our YHDP panelists for being with us today, for answering, and for talking about our exciting new initiative, Keep It Up. Now we will actually take a break for lunch. So please enjoy your lunch. Please enjoy each other's company. And we will return at 11:45. I will give you a 5-minute warning when it's time to come back. Please enjoy.
So we do have a certified DOL apprenticeship program for community health workers. So I want to talk about that because we actually put funding to hire people to do the progressive payment system. So we have it already funded for to hire either part-time or full-time to integrate into the program, and then we have it through other funding sources too. So yeah, just I'll reach out to you as well. Hi, Joe Fuentes. Hi, nice to meet you too.
Hello, everyone. I was just informed that lunch will be around 12. And so we please mingle, continue to enjoy each other's company, share business cards and everything, and we will let you know as soon as they are ready. Thank you so much. Just a quick update, everyone. We will announce when lunch is ready. Once lunch is ready to be served, please grab your lunch and return to your table so we can continue with our program. So we will announce when lunch will be served. Once lunch is served, please grab your lunch and return to your table. Thank you. All right, lunch is ready. Lunch is being served. If you could please grab your lunch and return to the table so we may continue with the program. So lunch is ready and lunch is currently being served. If you could please grab your lunch and return to the table so we may continue with the program. Thank you. All right, if you are looking forward to having lunch today, we have 10 minutes to be able to grab lunch and return to the table. So please, if you are looking forward to having your lunch today, please grab your lunch, return to the table. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. We will start in 5 minutes. If you could please find your seats, we will get the program started in 5 minutes. right, we are getting started in just a minute. I hope you all are enjoying your lunch. I hope you have shared business cards. I hope you have said hello to someone you have not met before in this room. So we will kick it off now. Thank you.
Even though you have a fork in your hand, I just want a hand for Ashley Young, who is a superstar in every way. If you get a chance, Ashley and her husband do some amazing poetry, and they have some programming that goes on. I got a chance to see one of the programs one time. It's a seriously life-changing experience. I want to say a special hello to those of you who are joining us via live stream. I think we had 300 people registered live stream, which is quite amazing. As we go through this COVID experience and learn to do hybrid, there is a long reach to live stream, so I'm going to thank you to our technical staff who made that possible. And while I have the stage, I also want to thank Sarah Martinez and her communication and development staff. Katina, it's a big group, but we were listening at last year when they had 2.5 people doing this, Allison's first day. It is really much better this year, and all the way great. I'm Mike Nichols. I'm the president and CEO for the Coalition for the Homeless of Houston and Harris County and Montgomery and Fort Bend counties. And it is truly my honor to work in this area, to work with these individuals, not only at the coalition, but in the Way Home and our government partners and stakeholders. It's quite amazing. I've always had something else going on. I'm actually, Michael Kimmelman, I have to apologize to you. After I introduce you, I actually have to sneak out to catch a plane to see my brand new granddaughter. So so I appreciate that. I will listen live stream. It is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Michael Kimmelman, the author of the New York Times article, How Houston Moved 25,000 People from the Streets into Homes of Their Own. One of the important roles that the coalition plays is to educate influencers in government, media, philanthropy on the positive impact of the Way Home, our homeless response system, and to advocate for support and funding for the partners of the Way Home. Thus, we are very excited to have Michael Kimmelman of the New York Times as a keynote speaker. Michael and his team spent a great deal of time with the Way Home partners, with our clients, with government funders, with folks who house people, writing the well-researched and thoughtful article that he did in the New York Times. It's one of those times in your life that you have a reporter work with you for days and days and hours and think, how's this going to come out right? In fact, I asked Michael, I challenged him, and I said, Michael, how do you write an interesting article that explains this complex work that is being done in Houston? And what he and his team did is they succeeded in writing this incredibly positive article that had a far-reaching effect. Readers around the nation have responded to the success of the Way Home, and government, nonprofit, and philanthropic leaders from across the nation have worked with the coalition, with Way Home partners, with the city of Houston, with Harris County to learn about the work that we do. But equally as important, the Way Home gained support locally with both local leaders and citizens. Even the work on the Navigation Center probably wouldn't have come to fruition after 5 years of work. Mark Eichenbaum without the good work from and the good words from the New York Times article. Folks around the city said that was an amazing article that really had an impact on the city. A senior executive at a major search firm told me that when he recruits potential executives to come to Houston, he can actually overcome the complaints about our heat and humidity, our mosquitoes and giant roaches, by pointing out to the Houston can-do attitudes of public-private partnerships on two particular items, parks and homelessness. And it's really great that we are one of those two items. I recently finished Michael Kimmelman's book, The Intimate City, and in the introduction, I want to read one of the paragraphs, which is the essence of city life. After all, the heart of the urban compact. No matter how much time we spend isolated in our homes or in our thoughts, a city is a collective understanding, a shared responsibility, sacrifice, and accomplishment. Togetherness is the fundamental civic building block, the basis for a deliberative cosmopolis. Today, cosmopolitan cities welcome different people and different cultures. In philosophy, how do you pronounce it? Being cosmopolitan goes back to the Greek Stoics. The philosopher Immanuel Kant associated cosmopolitan with hospitality and a common understanding that human beings are members of a universal community with a shared right of humanity. Now, he uses the word New York City in the next sentence. I'm just going to use the word cities. By this definition, cities just might be humanity's greatest accomplishment. And that's what we do here in this room. That's what we do as part of the way home, is we're part of making cities, part of having different people and different cultures in a collective understanding and a shared responsibility. In so many ways, the way home, the work that is done here, is the underpinning of the Houston's future. Michael Kimmelman is the longtime architect critic of the New York Times, writing broadly on urban and social affairs, and the founder and editor at large of Headway, a nonprofit journalistic initiative at the Times focused on global challenges and paths toward progress. As a columnist at the New York Times, he has reported from more than 40 countries, and for years was the Times' chief art critic. Twice a Pulitzer finalist, and I am hoping that he'll be a Pulitzer winner for the article on homelessness. Please welcome Michael Kimmelman.
Thanks. This I don't need mic because I'm mic'd.
Oh, you're mic'd up.
So, hi everybody. I know we're running late. Let me just finish some business I wanted to left undone. First of all, Mike, congratulations about your new grandchild, which is great. Secondly, I knew about the heat and humidity, but had no idea about the giant roaches, so welcome to Houston, I guess. One little business thing, Headway, my colleagues included in, I think, your program as a little call out for those of you who have a moment to take the time to fill it out. That would be really great. Part of Headway's mission is not just to publish things, but to follow up and remain engaged with the communities we're writing about. And so we really want to develop an ongoing relationship with you guys. So if you can take a moment and fill those things out, that would be terrific. And two other things before I begin the talk I prepared, because they come out of some of the comments I was hearing this morning. I find it interesting that you included a health clinic at the Navigation Center. I'm going to mention something around that coming up, but that sort of community engagement, I think, is crucial to building trust and a sense of investment by people who are there. And then there was this other thing that Mark mentioned about blighted buildings and removal in the neighborhood. And I just wanted to say I'm looking now into a study that's been ongoing for way more than a decade in Philadelphia and now in some other cities. And it involves fixing up vacant lots and derelict buildings. And I'll just tell you that for relatively small investment, the study has shown that there are several results. One is that you have a marked significance in crime, violent crime around those sites, but also that there are specific health results. This study was done by the University of Pennsylvania and Columbia, the medical schools there. And among other things, for instance, these are areas often with high incidences of heart problems and other issues around around health. And heartbeats, on average, drop by 15 beats per minute in places where there have been these interventions. Just a little thought, completely unrelated to this, but it's just an interesting question. The cities we build are not just about beautiful buildings, but about public health, public safety, and this shared space. So let me start with a few questions. Some of these were organized by Headway. When we started, we called this Project Hindsight. We asked some questions just to give people a sense of whether they have an accurate idea of what's going on around some big issues. This is not quite homelessness yet, but let me ask you, what progress do you think Europe has made in cutting greenhouse gas emissions? So in 2009, the European Union pledged that its emissions in 2020 would be 20% lower than they were in 1990. Did they meet the goal or did they not meet the goal? Are emissions lower? So first of all, are the emissions lower? How many see by a show of hands? What about higher? They failed. Interestingly, either you're just staying out of it or you are about the same. Do you think, by the way, we've made progress in reducing extreme poverty in the world? 36% of the world's population used to live on less than $1.25 a day. That was in 1990. Again, UN pledged to cut that in half. Did they manage or not? So is extreme poverty, is it lower or is it higher than it used to be? Lower? Higher? Okay. Good news. Lower. Quite a lot, actually. The answer is 12%. The goal was exceeded. Same with clean drinking water. In 1990, 25% of the world's population did not have drinking water from an approved source like a pipe or well. UN pledged in 2000 that by 2015 it would cut that portion to 15%. Did they succeed or did they fail? So, is there more clean drinking water or less? More? You're getting the hang of it? Less? Right. So they actually cut it by quite a great deal. Instead of 25%, the answer is only 7%. And the goal was met 3 years before the deadline. All right, last one. Corporate deforestation. In 2010, the Consumer Goods Forum pledged to help end deforestation by 2020 on behalf of its roughly 400 corporate members. And some companies like Nestle and Carrefour vowed to eliminate deforestation from the supply chains. How many companies of the 400 succeeded? Let's just put it this way. I'll ask you, did half of them succeed? Hands? All right. A quarter of them succeed? None of them succeed? None of them succeeded. So the news is not all good. But I wanted to ask you that because I think we make assumptions and we don't always know the answers to them. And we make those assumptions, for instance, about rising crime. New Yorkers are always saying crime is on the rise in New York now. it's actually fallen, and certainly around homelessness. So it was the answer to a similar question about the national homeless count that led me to write about Houston. As you know, but I didn't, the homeless count across the U.S. has been ticking down, not up, since 2007, and I believe it's still lower nationwide than it was even with the uptick since 2016. Even if we all know that these numbers are, guesstimates based on pit counts, not always done as well as you do them here, I think most Americans, and not just those in big coastal cities, would be surprised to know that the number has not been skyrocketing everywhere. And who can blame them? So I am the architecture critic at the Times, so by my reckoning of the job, I write about the built world, which means neighborhoods, communities, cities, and societies that we are building. And the first column I wrote when I returned from Europe in 2011 was about a subsidized housing development in the South Bronx called Villa Verde, which mixed first-time co-op owners with formerly homeless Section 8 rental tenants in an exceptional work of architecture that included a community garden and a health clinic, because the neighborhood is a food desert with high rates of asthma and diabetes, and that's what the community asked for. So that's the example I wanted to mention. The slightly higher premium cost for architecture of quality paid off in terms of the upkeep and successful social outcomes among residents who've overwhelmingly remained in place all these years. Because I was writing about architecture and affordable housing, focusing on those needs, pretty soon after I started my job, I began to hear from people about homelessness, and I was also noticing that the number of people living on the streets and subways in New York was rising, and that certainly was true in other cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles and so forth. So when I began to hear from homeless advocates like you guys that, in fact, homeless counts were not rising everywhere, and in some cases had fallen, like in Houston, that you were making headway, and therefore that homelessness was not a calamity only destined to get worse, but a potentially fixable problem. I thought that was news, because all I ever read in newspapers and magazines were stories that led people to believe homelessness was intractable. It wasn't that I wanted to spread good news to make people feel better and worry less. It was partly my journalist instinct. After all, what is more fun than telling people that the reverse is true about something they probably took for granted? But more than that, I also felt that all the negative, doom-scrolling stories about homelessness fed into a cycle of pessimism and despair that made people both more hostile to the unhoused and more complacent. Without hope, why bother? Plus, I was just curious, how did the numbers come down? At what costs and to whom? And why, I wondered, are we always reading heartbreaking profiles about people who have lost their homes, or about shopkeepers whose businesses are destroyed by metastasizing encampments next door, or about unsheltered New Yorkers with mental illness attacking people, but rarely stories, in-depth, deeply rooted, accessible stories, hopefully, about what works or might work, or about the obstacles to progress. It seemed to me useful to unpack the problem, lay it out in as clear and precise terms as I could, so as to encourage at least a constructive conversation in the public about the issue. Starting with the very definition of homelessness, I learned so much from you guys, and so many people in this room I am so grateful to. But one of the things you spent a lot of time trying to instruct me on was about your vocabulary. You, in homeless services, speak a foreign language full of acronyms and incomprehensible assumptions. The public has no idea what you are talking about. Journalists love to tell juicy, salacious, scandalous stories, not unpack the minutia of the Hearth Act or explain the obscure definition of chronic homelessness, or parse the difference between the Coalition for the Homeless and the Continuum of Care, or between rapid housing and permanent supportive housing. Nobody outside the bubble has the slightest idea what you're talking about when you bandy these terms around, which means you're speaking a different language, and if you don't share a language, you can't talk about the problem which you need to do if you depend on public dollars, taxpayer support, private donation, or other assistance. Shaping the narrative may sound like politicking at its worst, but it is critical to public buy-in. What I wanted to communicate in my story was that Houston, however precarious the progress, proves that homelessness is not intractable. That while we will never eliminate it entirely because people will always fall into homelessness for a variety of reasons, we can make homelessness increasingly rare and brief, to borrow Roseanne Haggerty's phrase, and therefore that we cannot give in to the hopelessness or the indifference or the dehumanization that, especially for many city dwellers, becomes a kind of armor against the daily sight of suffering and the encounters with people who don't have the access to showers or change of clothes or food or cash or mental health care or a good education or a bed. Yes, people need to gird themselves to deal with all the suffering and guilt and anger. And hanging around with some of you for a while, I was truly in awe of your capacity to compartmentalize day in, day out, and to deal with this, because this is the only way progress happens. It's a lesson I grasp dimly as a journalist and critic, a job that involves a little frustrating, grinding work, which never seems to end. But it is definitely not the same as being, say, a caseworker who is disgracefully underpaid and overworked, with his or her own fears about escalating housing costs and inflation. At the same time, you're juggling the urgent demands of 24 or more troubled, vulnerable clients. Talking to caseworkers reinforced for me the point that we cannot succumb to the excuse that progress is impossible, because, as you guys prove every day, that is literally wrong. But to be more precise, the problem is too big for us to solve as individuals, even as individual organizations. It is a systemic problem that demands a systemic approach. And this is where we are all failing as a society and a democracy, and not just around homelessness, but around so many big issues today, like transit, education, water and flood management, climate change, and, of course, affordable housing. As a writer, the systemic aspect of Houston's work was perhaps the biggest challenge for me. It's much easier to profile a person in distress or describe a crime or act of malfeasance, which provokes outrage in readers and shines light in a dark place. That is our bread and butter as journalists. It is much, much more difficult to describe a system with all its bureaucracy, especially one that you are trying to suggest works. So on Tuesday, I actually spoke about Houston and homelessness to an audience at a church in Cambridge, Massachusetts. The church has been a local service provider since 1633. And today, still around, it offers homeless services and organizes what's called the Friday Cafe, where volunteers donate food and serve meals to anyone who wishes to stop in for a free dinner on Friday evenings. My hosts showed a short, lovely film by an award-winning filmmaker in Cambridge about the cafe, and it was obvious watching it that the people who donated the rice pilafs and the fajitas and cookies and cakes were acting from the heart and felt a great sense of pride and accomplishment at directly seeing, how their contributions served people in need. There was an intimacy to their act and to the rewards, both for those giving and those receiving. But Cambridge, like Boston at large, has a homeless problem that is not getting better. The system there is broken. Now, I suspect nobody here loves to pay taxes or believes the government and big organizations are perfectly well-oiled machines that always run things efficiently and achieve exceptional results. We are, I think, by nature, a country of proud individualists and entrepreneurs. We are distrustful of government bureaucracy and believe capitalism thrives when 1,000 flowers are allowed to bloom, or at least that's the myth we like to tell ourselves when it serves our purposes. So we may flinch at words like systems and systemic. I heard Mark mention this before. The story of Houston's grinding, systemic approach to tackling homelessness, I think, runs against some very deep-seated emotional, personal, cultural inclinations we have as Americans. Houston's system works because the whole subsumes individual contributions into a larger, collective, more effective endeavor. The sum is greater than the parts. It requires that those participating in the continuum, who may have previously done one thing, do other things, and the rewards may feel less tangible, personal, and immediate. And because of the different incentives and financial imperatives of this country for NGOs, government agencies, and corporations, everyone really, local aid organizations, public and private, we operate in silos, competing for the same funds, duplicating services, not sharing information and goals. That's the American way. And I get it. If you run a food pantry and serve the homeless and you serve twice as many people this year as you did last year, by your reckoning, that may be proof of success and a selling point when you go hat in hand to private funders and government agencies. I know I'm here speaking to the preaching of the converted. You're successful at a goal that you set for yourself, and you are doing good works. But the uptick suggests you are not necessarily helping to reduce homelessness. Maybe food pantry isn't the best example, but you get the point. I wanted to tell readers that homelessness requires a team effort. Maybe instead of system or bureaucracy, we should just call it teamwork. The Astros didn't win the World Series by letting every player do whatever they wanted or play whatever position they felt like playing. You guys did some other things as a Yankee fan, which I'm not so happy with, but let's just agree to disagree. I couldn't help myself. The U.S. military isn't the most formidable fighting force in the world because it allows every combat unit to come up with its own strategy and goals. The battle to end homelessness is like a wartime effort. It's a grind, and there is no painless, magical fix. As Mark put it in my article, housing people is a slow, extremely complicated, incremental process that requires all hands on deck all the time if you don't want to settle for the status quo, much less go backwards. Everyone has to come together around the table, and it's amazing to see you all here. Frankly, that's the language you hear from winning coaches and managers. We celebrate this talk in sports and battle. We need to do the same when it comes, publicly I mean, to tackling homelessness. It turns out, fortunately, that people are actually hungry for these stories to explain how things work or could work, especially when the stories point in the direction that Houston does. And that was the overwhelming response we got at the Times to this piece. More than 1 million people read it. Actually, many, many more than 1 million people read it. 3,000 people responded to our call-outs, including many who had experienced homelessness, which inspired a follow-up project we did, the Headway team, 60 portraits of formerly homeless people telling their own stories in their own words, because a goal at Headway is to listen to lived experience and to give voice to the people we write about. Those portraits, in turn, prompted hundreds more responses, so we are following up on those to produce further articles, and we hope other forms of engagement with you here in Houston and elsewhere that track progress over time. I won't remind you of some of the things that I heard happened here. Mike mentioned them. I'm very glad to hear other cities have come to see Houston and learn from you. I know there are also people who are annoyed about hearing more about Houston. You can't have it both ways. And I think that's one of the costs in this country of being successful. But I also think that it's an important point that Mike raised about that headhunter, because it's obviously been good for the economy and the reputation of the city, that people hear you are tackling this problem in a humane and successful way. And I gather the article has prompted some conversations locally, I hope so, about the need for more one-bedroom apartments, conversion of derelict properties, and possibly the construction of new ones. New housing does take time, but it is desperately needed, and I hope Houston also pursues the idea, not new here, of a community land trust. These days, These days we're inclined, I think, to politicize everything, and we have become expert at saying no. There are untold numbers of self-described progressives in cities where homelessness is rising who talk a good game about wanting to help the unhoused, but just not in their neighborhoods. They may believe they are acting in the interests of their communities, to preserve the environment or historic neighborhoods or architecture, or to protect property rights and values, but they are weaponizing environmental laws and land use regulations and acting on covenants to obstruct, delay, preferably kill, the construction of more subsidized housing. We have a national affordable housing crisis, and we are doing shockingly little. To address it, we need leadership in City Hall and the State Houses and the White House, and there is no more urgent problem today. After all, homelessness is many things, but it is first of all a housing problem. And I'll just tell you the number of severely cost-burdened households, meaning households paying more than 50% of their income on housing, has risen nationwide since 2007 by 7%. In cities like New York and LA and Seattle and so forth, this story is much, much worse. Give me a second. I'm just going to give you some numbers about New York, because they're on my mind, and I don't know if they'll make you feel better or whatever. So in New York, rents have risen by 30% since 2015 and home prices by 50%. The vacancy rate for apartments renting for less than $1,500 per month, which is the median rent for renter-occupied housing in New York City, is under 1%. Sorry, I need some water, but that's all right. Is under 1%. For those seeking to rent apartments for under $900, which is not nothing, it's lower than 1%. Between 2017 and 21 alone, New York City lost 96,000 units with rents under $1,500 a month and gained 107,000 units with rents of $2,300 or more. And I read this morning that the median rent on new leases in New York rose to more than $4,100 a month from $3,400 in 2019, which is already obscene. Not coincidentally, homelessness is at record levels. The Times published, thank you so much. Great. The Times published a report last week that 80% of New Yorkers now are severely rent burdened. The answer, a universal right to housing, sounds socialistic and would require a wartime-style construction effort in places where many people believe their neighborhoods are already dense enough that more housing would damage the character of their streets and their community. They negotiate downscale projects that offer meaningful change. And then when a few units get built, they pat themselves on the back and point to places that are doing even less. I will give you one example. In 2016, activists in Upper Manhattan derailed a proposal to construct a 15-story, 355-unit residence on the site of a derelict garage. Okay, I'll do my best. The building was going to be the first project by de Blasio, Mayor de Blasio's, involving his mandatory inclusionary zoning program, which requires that new developments have 20% units below market rate. But, and without the rezoning, the developer could have done this, put up a 14-story building, all market rate. But in fact, the developer agreed that half of the units, 178 of them, would be rent subsidized. So way more than was required. And people in that community opposed the projects. They literally took to the streets, declaring the construction of any new market rate housing, quote, an existential threat to our homes and our community. So the developer simply abandoned the project. The neighborhood, which desperately needs more housing, got zero. We are clearly lying to ourselves. And I know there are those in Texas and elsewhere who believe another response to dealing with homelessness is about personal responsibility. insisting somehow that people on the streets, in effect, repent for their own suffering before they're eligible for a home. They argue that drug addicts, for instance, shouldn't get priority for subsidized housing over hardworking mothers living in precarious housing or not getting a free ride, as if the richest country on the planet shouldn't be able to house both. There are obviously addiction recovery and religious conversion programs that succeed, and I know some are contributing to Houston's success. But as I wrote, when you're drowning, it does not help if your rescuer insists you learn to swim before returning you to shore. You can address your problems once you're on land or not. What I think my article did was to spread the word about housing first, or at least explain the term to people. I suspect we all have neighbors with addiction or mental health issues, but we don't consider someone's sobriety or mental state a prerequisite for whether they may live next to us or have a home. And we tend to believe that their challenges, like other private matters, are their own business, not ours. But then, when someone is homeless, we suddenly see their problems as our business, because that person is living in public, which can lead us to conclude that the addiction or mental health problem is the root cause of homelessness, even though the inevitable stress and terror of being unhoused would lead anyone to self-medicate or fall into clinical depression or other unhealthy state that registers maybe to passersby as a mental health or addiction problem. I'm glad that Kelly mentioned earlier what I know you all take for granted. That assumption that people on the streets are mentally ill is an excuse, I think, for many people to not treat everybody as they would any other neighbor and to catalog this as a mental health problem, which is, as you all know better than I do, so wrong. So I can tell that I'm running a little over. I just wanted to say, I think, two quick things. The economic and real estate situation has obviously changed in Houston as well. I know evictions are up here, and I gather that the landlord team, Ashley, who's so great at everything, clearly, has really deserves applause, yeah. Has worked really hard to ensure that so far the Way Homes clients are not the ones being evicted. And I know that there's a pilot program offering landlord holding fees, essentially, I guess, rental payments, until client subsidies kick in, which allows Continuum clients to compete with private people who can pay up front. And the money for that plan, I gather, is coming from Houston's Downtown Management District, which is further proof to me that you guys continue to bring a range of public and private interests to the table. But look, financially, your system is built on Harvey and COVID relief dollars. And while the feds annually fund the COC, they're directing grants to cities that have the largest unsheltered populations now, which makes sense, but also means Houston is effectively being punished for its success. You need an endowment. I used to write about things in the art world where a museum like the Metropolitan, say, has an endowment of $3 billion. So pick a number. $50 million for Houston to continue to house homeless and not fall behind? Seems like peanuts to me for local corporations and wealthy neighbors who obviously benefit from your work. I know there's a lot of competition for those private dollars, but I think what you've done has been so great for Houston and, of course, for the thousands of people you have helped who are in their most desperate circumstances, that it should not really be a heavy lift for people to understand here that putting together an endowment to just allow you to continue doing that work is money well spent. I gather, after all, that Houston has been using this success to recruit business executives and medical and tech stars. So it seems like a clear argument. And what the Times and Headway got back from our public was a hunger to know more about what works, what is possible, and not just be told that everything is going haywire. Because in the end, I believe, a majority of us seek common ground and common cause if we are just given some reason to hope. Houston gives people hope that homelessness is a problem we can tackle together. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you so much, Michael. We really, really appreciate it, and we are so grateful that you were able to join us today. We can't thank you enough. And so we will continue. And I am really excited to bring up the next part of our session. All right. Questions? Okay. Okay, questions? Sure. It's okay. It's okay. Sure. Is he on?
No, I have my thing on.
Is he on? Okay.
Are there any questions? I'm happy to answer questions about anything you want. I was about the times or whatever. If you don't have any, I don't want to keep you all after. I'm a little like dinner theater, you know, like you guys are eating during this, so I'm sorry I didn't. In my other life, I'm a pianist, so I felt I should have been playing something for you. Say again? Oh, but I'm not going to. So, anything? No. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Michael. So now I'm excited to introduce the next part of our session, which we will be hearing from the Houston Grand Opera's new opera about homelessness in Houston, titled Another City. So I would like to welcome to the stage singers, Cecilia Duarte. My apologies. Hey. So, Cecilia Duarte, Alejandro Magellan, Bean U. Sanford, and we are definitely thinking about Emily Treagle today as well. After the performance, we will be bringing Alyssa Magellan and Jeremy Johnson of Houston Grand Opera will join them on stage for a discussion. And we will be doing the discussion at this time and then moving forward with performance.
Very much like you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Testing. We're getting there. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elisa Magajon. I am the Associate Director of Programming and Engagement at Houston Grand Opera. Thank you so much for having us here. My colleague Jeremy Johnson and I had a great pleasure to work on the development of an opera called Another City. I hope many of you were able to come and see it last month at Ecclesia. It's because of the work that you're all doing in this community that we were able to share stories. The same stories that we just heard in the keynote are so important to share. We had a really incredible, long process, which our Associate Director of New Works, Jeremy, is just going to talk a little bit about how we came about doing an opera on this topic and a little bit of the process.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Elisa. My name is Jeremy Johnson. I'm the dramaturg and associate director of New Works at Houston Grand Opera. It's my real privilege to work with composers and librettists on developing new operas for our Houston community. And this piece came about from a series that we call Song of Houston. And that's been around since about 2007, I think it is. And has commissioned and developed about 30 to 35 new operatic works that have, ranged the topics from, there's a piece called After the Storm, which was about the great storm of 1900. There's a piece called O Columbia, which explored some storylines with NASA. So we've had a real privilege of engaging with different communities all over Houston to tell these stories on stage, and that's really at the heart of it what opera comes down to. It's telling stories through music with the power of the human voice, and it's no more complicated than that. And so Another City came about through that initiative. It was commissioned in 2000. 2016, I think it was. So this has been, no, 2017. So this has been a 6-year project in the works. The composer was Jeremy Howard Beck, and the librettist was Stephanie Fleischman. And the two of them, they, when creators apply for a program or an initiative like that, they, try to put their best foot forward and do some research into what might be interesting for the company and for the community. And so Jeremy Howard Beck Googled Houston for a few days, and he ended up finding a bunch of resources and articles and data about Houston's success in reducing the homeless population. And he was very inspired by that, and he brought that to his collaborator, Stephanie Fleischman. And so the two of them put this proposal together of, no real storyline in mind, but, something. How can we celebrate Houston's achievement and also bring light to the ongoing situation, and how can we help bring voice to those organizations that are doing this work? And when they came to Houston, so they got the commission, and we invited them to Houston for some research trips, and that's where so many of the people in this room really became an integral part of the creation of this work. So Jeremy and Stephanie spent 2 full weeks at 2 different times over the course of 2 different years, coming to Houston and interviewing people experiencing homelessness, and like I said, many of you in this room who have worked with them. Of those interviews, they collected, I want to say something like 120 hours of audio footage that they got transcribed. And what they put together was this piece that they titled Another City, because they wanted to capture the feeling that they had in doing this research, that really it felt like they were crossing into another world that is invisible to most people in the city of Houston, but is always around us and always present. And that was the feeling they had in doing their research. And, they kind of saw the navigator, a profession you all are very familiar with. They saw the navigator as somebody who could cross that bridge between one city and the next. And, that's a line in the show as well. So they wanted to capture that feeling of putting an entire city on the stage. And so what they ended up with was actually about 15 different characters telling a number of different stories. Obviously, every individual has a unique story, but they put about 6 different storylines all on stage at the same time. It was a very kaleidoscopic and layered portrayal of Houston. And then after those 2 weeks of research, what we did for the development of the piece really was we did 3 or 4 different workshops of it. So, over the course of 6 years, it takes quite a long time to develop an opera. And it took us 6 years. We did, I think, 3 or 4 different workshops. And by the end of it, we're very, very happy with the result, and very pleased to have heard that it made quite an impact on the audiences that attended. Yeah.
So alongside of us producing this piece, what's really important that I want everyone in this room to know is that just because the piece is done doesn't mean our work with you is done. So we have been working for as long as we could, as long as we've had access and know how we can be part of what you do. Because a lot of times, how does an opera company work in a service organization? We don't know. But what we found is that we connect on a human level. And simultaneously, through the 6 years of the development of this piece, we've been running an initiative called Seeking the Human Spirit. And in the end, what we have found is that music reaches souls, and we can connect to each other. And the people doing this work, you sitting in these seats, the people you're serving, you all need moments of connection, and we do that. That is our business. And so we're coming into spaces when services are being provided, working with your clientele, working with your staff, and bringing music into those spaces. So if you want that for your teams, for your organizations, for the clients that you're serving, I brought cards with me. Find me afterwards. We're actually going to be with Bread of Life on the 17th. Yes. We were at Bridget's Hope, at Ecclesia, at Search, the House of Tiny Treasures. We were so many places providing all sorts of programming we do anyway, but you don't have to buy a ticket to access the programming that we have. We want to be in spaces where you are with the people you're serving. So please, my name is Elisa. I work at the Opera. Find me afterwards. Let's get us into those spaces. We did just want to ask a couple of questions before our singers presented, just so you guys had a little bit of insight to what it's like as a performer taking on characters, doing a work like this. So I just wanted to draw attention over to our artists. We have Cecilia, Alejandro, and Bean here. Bean was one of the rehearsal pianists, and you were actually in the pit as well. Is that right? So the pit is when the orchestra is accompanying the entire cast of singers. And then Alejandro and Cecilia both were part of the workshop process that Jeremy was talking about. So I'm going to have Jeremy ask our first question, and then we'll get to some music.
Yeah, well, so you both were part of the workshop process of it, and you saw the piece change and grow over time and develop in different ways. So one thing I would ask you to comment on is what are some of the challenges and some of the joys of learning contemporary opera and new works, and how do you approach music that has never been performed before?
Hi. Well, I love this question because to me is a challenge and a joy, the same thing. It's like the fact that nobody has done that before, that work before. So there's no reference. And that's the challenge, but that's also the joy of like bringing something new to life and being able to work with the creators directly, right? With living composers and see, what works, what doesn't work. Do the words you put on the paper come across the way you want it to and the way they intended to? And is the music a reflection of those words? So it's like quite an enjoyable process, but also quite difficult because the creation of an opera, as Jeremy said before, like there's so many changes that happen from the very beginning until the work is put on stage. So we as performers have to be ready and flexible to come and make all those changes possible as fast as we can. And yeah, I mean, it's just like another thing that I really enjoy is like telling stories of today, telling stories that matter to people, that people can identify with.
I would like to piggyback on what Elisa was saying just now. There's such an intimate connection with when you're doing a work that is based on real people. And it's not like you're, doing this fictional. You're not singing Rodolfo, in Bohème, It's and in my case, well, I did a couple. I workshop a couple of the characters, and I got to meet the one that you're gonna just hear, Manoj, the person who was the role was based on, and it was like when I saw him, I was not expecting him to be in one of those events, and it was like, oh my gosh, my idol, So it was both great responsibility. It was very moving, and at the same time, it's a great privilege.
Yeah, I mean, when you work with living composer and living librettists, we have such a privilege to just go through the character development from the very beginning. And as Cecilia said, it's never been, so it comes to us really live. And this opera is so special because it's all about real human beings, and we're talking about humanity. So I feel like huge responsibility, and just it's such a privilege to work on new work like this. Yeah.
Great. So I think we're going to hear some of the music. One of our singers fell ill this morning, wasn't able to join us, but we are still going to present two different pieces from the opera Another City by Jeremy Howard Beck. I'm going to have Jeremy kind of set up this scene, and we'll let Bean take the piano, and Ceci and I can step off stage while we get it set up.
Thanks. So this first scene that you'll hear is the very opening of the opera. This is the character's name is Manoj Mukherjee. He is based on an interview that the creators had with one of the clients experiencing homelessness, and this person that they interviewed actually kept in touch with us through the organizations over the last 6 years. And, when Elisa is here talking about, connection and human connection, there was a really beautiful moment at the end of our third performance. The individual was at that performance, and he walked up to the singer who was playing the role that was based on his life, and that singer, and he connected from a distance over space, and they just saw one another and recognized one another without ever having met before, and they just walked up to one another and hugged and started crying a little bit. And it was a really beautiful moment. Reminds us what humanity is really all about and how we can tap into that through music. So this scene is it's the opening of the opera, and it's kind of setting the scene of this character, Manoj. And this is a character that bookends the piece and comes in and out throughout the opera. His character receives services from the Beacon and represents kind of one of the storylines of people who have found peace with living on the streets. And that's what we hear in this opening scene.
I sleep with my eyes open. I walk and pray. I ride the metro 3 miles to relieve myself. No accidents if I'm lucky. 3 miles back. I minister to folks along the way. I am a counselor to cigarette lighters, street marriages, the kid whose bag was stolen out from under him. Dog eat dog the other day. Love others as you love yourself. And that's what he said. You can be who you dream, is what I say. I wanted to make my name in Bollywood, in India, where I was born. I still dream of Hollywood. Maybe one day.
This next excerpt that Ceci will sing for us is also from towards the beginning of the opera. Her character's name is Cassandra Smith. Cassandra's story was based off of an individual. Well, she was actually kind of based off of 3 or 4 different individuals that they interviewed. But the most prominent one that stuck out to them was an individual who, when they were at some of these organizations and they asked people, we're doing some research for an opera that we're writing, would it be okay if we sat down and talked to you for a while? This individual just kind of looked at them and said, no, that wouldn't be okay. And that's, that many people said that, of course. And then just about 5 minutes later, she came back and sat with them and then talked to them for 3 hours. And so in the opera, Cassandra Smith is a veteran. She's been living on the streets for 9 months. And as you'll hear her explain in this aria, she just couldn't really go home when she got back from the war. And throughout the course of the opera, Cassandra's storyline is one of the main storylines in the opera. And this is her day to move into permanent supportive housing. So a navigator has found her a home, and she's questioning whether or not she wants to show up at her appointed time.
Been living under this bridge for 9 months now, catching carp in the bayou, reading books by headlamp, swinging by the beacon for laundry and a shower, hardly talking to a soul. When I got back from the war, I wasn't myself. I couldn't go home, do better outside, water running through my dreams, waking up and breathing in the day, been living out here for 9 long months. But now it's time, the navigator says he's found me a home. All I have to do is show.
Please join me in giving another round of applause to the Houston Grand Opera. I must have to say, yes, I'm going off script. Please don't get nervous. No, I saw the performance personally when they put it on. Right, Scott? Right? It was amazing. It was just as moving. It was eye-opening. It was humbling. It was everything. And telling the story of real-life individuals, I have a lot of respect for that, especially as a fellow artist. So, again, one more round of applause for the Houston Grand Opera. So, now we will have our closing remarks for today. So I would like to bring up my awesome colleague, Sarah Martinez. Sarah Martinez is the Vice President of Communications and Development at the Coalition. She joined in 2013, where she has been able to use her communication and fundraising skills for the benefit to tell the story of the work that we do here in Houston, as well as inspire the community to take action. So please help me in welcoming Sarah Martinez.
Hello. Okay, good. Hi. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate the opportunity to close out today's event. As I get started, just a few housekeeping items. As Michael mentioned, if you have a few minutes to fill out your headway forms, we would really appreciate that, and you can drop them at a basket at registration. We would like to ask our partners of the way home in the room to join us up front after we close out for a group picture. We did it last year, and it was great. That includes our staff and board as well from the Coalition. And then we also have thank you cookies for everyone on your way out, so please grab one. I also want to take a moment to thank the people in the room who made today's event possible, our sponsors. So we have two gold sponsors, Court Furniture and Professional Janitorial Services. Our bronze sponsor, Houston Methodist. And then our other supporters, Copy.com and your part-time controller. Last but not least, I want to thank my team who did all of the really heavy lifting. Katina, Catherine, Allison, Frida, Janae, and Courtney. You all are fantastic. So this year, I've been feeling really contemplative when it comes to my professional life. And for good reason. This July will be 10 years that I have been at the Coalition. Thank you. I promise I don't feel that old most days. Someone who used to work at the Coalition told me a long time ago that I wasn't old enough yet to understand why working at our organization was so special, and that I would likely never get the chance to work at a place like the Coalition ever again. And now I realize that they were right. I didn't have any way of knowing back in 2013 that I would have the privilege of being just one small part of making our community a place that is globally recognized for our groundbreaking work to house people experiencing homelessness. In 2015, we became the first major city to effectively end veteran homelessness. 2 years later, partners came together to house almost 1,000 people after Hurricane Harvey. And when COVID hit in 2020, we did not invest our relief dollars into short-term solutions. We said, let's keep doing what we've been doing and what's been working, which is house people. Those are just a few examples of the innovative, impressive, and what at times felt like improbable accomplishments of our community. I think when people talk about how we've done what we've done, they cite things like the affordability, right, of Houston. They talk about low cost of living, political will, lax zoning. And sure, all of those things do play some role in our success. But when I think about how we got here, I think of you, the people in this room, the people who are watching us online, who've been selfless, forward-thinking, and willing to change the status quo. All of that change has led us to today, where we've had the opportunity to hear about innovations in income, housing navigation centers, preventing and ending youth homelessness. It was great to hear from Michael Kimmelman, whose thoughtful article gave hope to communities around the world that they can too solve homelessness. And we heard excerpts of an actual opera. I don't know if there are any other homeless response systems that have had an opera written about them, so I think that's pretty special. As we wrap up today, I can't tell you where we will be or what we will have accomplished by the time we get to our 12th annual State of Homelessness in 2033, 10 years from today. But if the last 10 years are any indication, I would not be surprised to be living in a Houston where we've achieved our goal that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. So thank you for joining us today. get your cookies, and come take a picture.